Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to start the day's proceedings. It's 29 minutes past 9. Please make sure that your devices are off or on silent. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Musigidi.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Yes, Chair, this morning we would like to bring an application to have the evidence of witness M to be totally heard in camera, Chair. Chairperson, a notice has been served of this application to the media houses, and the application remain unopposed, and the application is also supported by the evidence leaders, Chairperson. Chair, at the heart of this application, there are serious security and safety concerns to the witness that necessitate that we move for the application to safeguard the interest of the witness, that his testimony be heard totally in camera, Chairperson. Chairperson, if that's all in order, Chair, we'll move for a draft order directing that the evidence of witness M be heard in camera as of today, and we'll also move for an order that the testimony of witness M not be heard in public, and his face and or visual features will be completely concealed. And lastly, that the person who will be granted access to the proceedings are prohibited from publishing, broadcasting, disseminating, or otherwise placing in the public domain any image, photographs, video footage, or other visual materials that may reveal or tend to reveal the identity of witness M and or proceedings that will be held, Chair. Chair, we have prepared a draft order. We have placed it before Chair and the Commissioners, and if the Chair is satisfied, we'll move for that draft order.
Thank you, Mr. Musigidi. Yes, we've read the application, and we are satisfied that it should be granted. But I propose that rather than go through all the paragraphs of the order, I should just grant an order that says the application is granted. I'm doing that because we usually have, in fact, it may be only from the last one. Others have followed the format of your order. So there's nothing wrong with the format of your order, nothing at all. But I want to grant an order that will even list at the end the people who are allowed to be at the fully in-camera hearing. So if you could just add something like that. And in fact, I think you can get a precedent from the last one that was done by Mr. Shaskalsin. Which one was it?
N.
It was K. Oh, we've not finalized that one. The one before, I think it was K. But anyway, you'll get a precedent for that, which also lists who should be in attendance from Mr. Shaskalsin.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair.
So all that I will do now will just be to say the application is granted.
Thank you, Chair.
And that it will be circulated to the media and also posted on the Commission's website.
Thank you, Chair.
So that means we adjourn for the hearing of the testimony in camera now.
Thank you, Chair. That's in order.
Thank you. Let's adjourn, and I'm sorry, and it will be announced because at this stage we have no idea by when you will be done, so I can't announce that we will resume in open session on such and such a date at such and such a time. That will be announced by our spokesperson in due course.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to start today's proceedings. It's 29 minutes past 9. Please make sure that your devices are off or on silent. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Musigidi.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Yes, Chair, this morning we would like to bring an application to have the evidence of witness M to be totally heard in camera, Chair. Chairperson, a notice have been served of this application to the media houses, and the application remain unopposed, and the application is also supported by the evidence leaders, Chairperson. Chair, at the heart of this application, there are serious security and safety concerns to the witness that necessitate that we move for the application to safeguard the interest of the witness, that his testimony be heard totally in camera, Chairperson. Chairperson, if that's all in order, Chair, we'll move for a draft order directing that the evidence of witness M be heard in camera as of today, and we'll also move for an order that the testimony of witness M not be heard in public, and his face and or visual features will be completely concealed. And lastly, that the person who will be granted access to the proceedings are prohibited from publishing, broadcasting, disseminating, or otherwise placing in the public domain any image, photographs, video footage, or other visual materials that may reveal or tend to reveal the identity of witness M and or proceedings that will be held, Chair. Chair, we have prepared a draft order. We have placed it before Chair and the Commissioners, and if the Chair is satisfied, we'll move for the draft order.
Thank you, Mr. Musigidi. Yes, we've read the application, and we are satisfied that it should be granted. But I propose that rather than go through all the paragraphs of the order, I should just grant an order that says the application is granted. I'm doing that because we usually have, in fact, it may be only from the last one. Others have followed the format of your order. So there's nothing wrong with the format of your order, nothing at all. But I want to grant an order that will even list at the end the people who are allowed to be at the fully in-camera hearing. So if you could just add something like that. And in fact, I think you can get a precedent from the last one that was done by Mr. Shaskalsin. Which one was it?
N.
It was K. Oh, we've not finalized that one. The one before, I think it was K. But anyway, you'll get a precedent for that, which also lists who should be in attendance from Mr. Shaskalsin.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair.
So all that I will do now will just be to say the application is granted.
Thank you, Chair.
And that it will be circulated to the media and also posted on the Commission's website.
Thank you, Chair.
So that means we adjourn for the hearing of the testimony in camera now.
Thank you, Chair. That's in order.
Thank you. Let's adjourn, and I'm sorry, and it will be announced because at this stage we have no idea by when you will be done, so I can't announce that we will resume in open session on such and such a date at such and such a time. That will be announced by our spokesperson in due course.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to start today's proceedings. It's 29 minutes past 9. Please make sure that your devices are off or on silent. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Musigidi.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Yes, Chair, this morning we would like to bring an application to have the evidence of witness M to be totally heard in camera, Chair. Chairperson, a notice has been served of this application to the media houses, and the application remain unopposed, and the application is also supported by the evidence leaders, Chairperson. Chair, at the heart of this application, there are serious security and safety concerns to the witness that necessitate that we move for the application to safeguard the interest of the witness, that his testimony be heard totally in camera, Chairperson. Chairperson, if that's all in order, Chair, we'll move for a draft order directing that the evidence of witness M be heard in camera as of today, and we'll also move for an order that the testimony of witness M not be heard in public, and his face and or visual features will be completely concealed. And lastly, that the person who will be granted access to the proceedings are prohibited from publishing, broadcasting, disseminating, or otherwise placing in the public domain any image, photographs, video footage, or other visual materials that may reveal or tend to reveal the identity of witness M and or proceedings that will be held, Chair. Chair, we have prepared a draft order. We have placed it before Chair and the Commissioners, and if the Chair is satisfied, we'll move for that draft order.
Thank you, Mr. Musigidi. Yes, we've read the application, and we are satisfied that it should be granted. But I propose that rather than go through all the paragraphs of the order, I should just grant an order that says the application is granted. I'm doing that because we usually have, in fact, it may be only from the last one. Others have followed the format of your order. So there's nothing wrong with the format of your order, nothing at all. But I want to grant an order that will even list at the end the people who are allowed to be at the fully in-camera hearing. So if you could just add something like that. And in fact, I think you can get a precedent from the last one that was done by Mr. Shaskalsin. Which one was it?
N.
It was K.
K.
Oh, we've not finalized that one. The one before, I think it was K. But anyway, you'll get a precedent for that, which also lists who should be in attendance from Mr. Shaskalsin.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair.
So all that I will do now will just be to say the application is granted.
Thank you, Chair.
And that it will be circulated to the media and also posted on the Commission's website.
Thank you, Chair.
So that means we adjourn for the hearing of the testimony in camera now.
Thank you, Chair. That's in order.
Thank you. Let's adjourn, and I'm sorry, and it will be announced because at this stage we have no idea by when you will be done, so I can't announce that we will resume in open session on such and such a date at such and such a time. That will be announced by our spokesperson in due course.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn.
1, 2, 1, 2, testing 1, 2. All right, let's settle down. We are ready to start the day's proceedings. Please make sure that your devices, your cell phones are off, on silent, whatever it takes to keep them quiet. Thank you.
Your microphone, Chair.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Ms. Selu, and good morning to my client. I would be remiss not to say good morning to him since he's sitting that far away.
Yes, yes. I noticed that in fact, my attention was drawn to it by Commissioner Baloyi, that my microphone was off. I just greeted counsel for those who did not hear me. And now, good morning, Mr. Mabandla.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Thank you. Ms.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning and good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Ms. van der Heever, and of course, good morning, Mr. Mabandla. Chair, Mr. Mabandla was served with a subpoena to appear to give his testimony today on the 7th. Over a period of time, the evidence leaders have been in engagement with his legal advisors. The position we find ourselves in is that his statement in response to the notice, the Regulation 10.6 notice that was due, is not ready, and an extension was requested, which was granted. Due to other difficulties, it could not be completed in time. Where we are now is we still don't have the statement, and we're still in the process of compiling the exhibit bundle. In light of where we are and the rollovers that happened from last week impacting this week, we appear before you today to request a postponement and an extension of that subpoena to a new date on which he then will appear to testify. The date we have in mind is the 15th of July, which is about a week hence. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Law. I don't know whether the techies or technical people want to raise an issue. I see a hand that's up on our screens. I don't know what that is about.
I see it too. I don't know if it's an error or...
But let's continue so long. Ms. van der Heever?
Chairperson, yes, it is correct. There's been some issues, no fault, either on the side I would respectfully submit of my client, nor of the evidence leaders. And I'm not going to go into all of that. It's not necessary to do that. But we agreed that the new date that's been arranged is the 15th. We indebted to my learned friend and her colleagues for arranging this with us. There's one small issue that we're going to sort out inter partes now.
Yes.
And I've got no objection to the subpoena being extended to the 15th. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And before you do so, Chair, if then I may just add another issue that would have to be part of your order. The parties are now agreed that Mr. Mabandla's statement will be submitted tomorrow, the 8th of July. Thank you.
That is indeed what we've agreed on, of course, with the reservation of the client's rights pertaining to certain documents that we're still awaiting, if I can put it like that. But I don't think that would stand in the
Well,
way of us
yes.
submitting a statement and potentially
Yes, yes.
supplementing it in due course. But I think between my learned friend and myself, we'll work out the logistics and hopefully you'll get everything together tomorrow.
And those conditions, what do they do to the proposed order? Must I?
You can do that as part of the order. I
Yes,
would be
yes.
remiss, of course, if I don't say to you
Oh.
that we are trying to work out, because there's a very important component there's something important that we need in order to properly deal with some of the issues, but we are busy sorting
right.
that out.
So-
And that's why I say with a reservation of the right.
Yes.
If necessary, I'm not going to stand in the way of us submitting. We
Yes.
might then supplement if it's not timeously
all
done.
right.
May I please?
Thank you very much. Mr. Madlanga, the hearing of your testimony is postponed to 15 July 2026.
Correct.
That's one. Two, your statement must be filed by tomorrow.
The 8th of July.
8 July 2026.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Madlanga. You are
Okay.
Thank you.
It is confirmed to have had. Thank you, Chair. I think that then brings to the close
Yes.
this part of the hearing.
Yes, you are both excused. And you too, Mr. Madlanga. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
By
I think we must adjourn for.
I was saying, by way of housekeeping, Mr.
Yes.
Charles Carlson has requested me to remind you that as soon as we are done, they are ready to proceed with the public aspects of General Khan's WhatsApp messages, and perhaps a 5-minute stand down
Yes,
to allow them
yes.
to set up would be helpful.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Ms.
Chair.
Sillo. I will not state the time. Let's just adjourn. We'll be told when Council or Mr. Charles Carlson is ready. Let's adjourn.
Vusi? We are ready to resume. Please make sure your devices are quiet. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Shazelson. Good morning, Mr. Valley.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning, Chair.
And Commissioners.
Morning, Chair. We have a number of issues that we can still ventilate in open session relating to WhatsApp chats of General Khan. The first topic I would like to address is the leaking or abuse of confidential SAPS information. And it spans quite a wide range from the relatively innocuous to the less innocuous. And if we can start with the innocuous, it seems that General Khan has a tendency to show off to friends by sharing crime intelligence documents that sort of reflect on his importance. So if I can start, for instance, with a document at page 5659.
Can we just rely, maybe guide us to rely, do we rely on what you project here? Do we need to go into our computers? Yesterday I tried to find pages and I landed where I shouldn't have landed, which was quite distressing. So I'll be more comfortable if I don't have to go to my computer.
I don't think that there is much that we, well, I suppose, criticizing General Khan for sharing confidential crime intelligence information. I shouldn't really broadcast it to the nation.
I just want to know if I can shut down my computer.
Your computer. Our problem is that, I mean, for instance, this category, which is really about leaking documents that shouldn't really have been leaked. I don't know how appropriate it is to broadcast the documents themselves. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to keep your computer open at least for a while. Once we leave this topic, which won't take long. And it all, in fact, in truth, when I look at this topic, it relates to historical material that I don't think is relevant any longer. Okay, so I think we can actually broadcast.
Yeah, as long as you'll get me an experienced therapist when we are done.
Should I be issuing any indemnities here? Well, the first document, and I want to go quickly through this category because it's not that significant, is it spans pages 5659, and it's a document in which Major General Khan was going back to December 2020 when he was delegated increased powers within crime intelligence. he shared that document first with Mr. Sayed, which we see at 5659, and Mr. Sayed responded, "Well done, my brew," at the foot of 5660. And he also shared it with Mr. Valley, which we see at 5021, and Mr. Valley said, "This is great news." It's really, as I emphasize it, it's not sinister, but it's probably not appropriate. I don't think that internal delegation documents within crime intelligence ought to be shared with friends. There's a similar pattern that one sees, and I'll run quickly through these. 6466, an appointment to a role within the anti-kidnapping task force and what his responsibilities will be there. He shares with Mr. Sayed, who responds, "My man," with some exclamation marks. And likewise, when he is invited as part of a police delegation to address the Joint Standing Commission on Intelligence, flying down on the police jet, he forwards that email to his friends. One sees it at 6693 to Mr. Sayed. One sees it at 4129 to another friend, Brad K9, who says, "You are a jet setter." These are not particularly egregious, they're possibly just not appropriate. But then there is a separate pattern which starts becoming more problematic, and that is a pattern where friends of General Khan will send him case numbers and ask him for some assistance in relation to those case numbers. So we see that across a number of chats, some without explanation, some with explanation. So at page 2740, Mr. Sanjay Ajodia, who is saved as Sanjay Shay 357, and 357 is the name of the vehicle, the sort of high-end vehicle workshop that Mr. Ajodia and Mr. Valley are partners in, sends him a case number on the 12th of March 2021 with no explanation. At page 5990, we see a case number being sent by Mr. Sayed, ostensibly on behalf of Mr. Malema. We'll get back to this one in more detail later. We see that at 15th of June 2021, Mr. Sayed says, "Need to know the complainant in case number," gives the case number and says, "Juju brew." Then we get even more sinister exchanges of this nature. So for instance, if we go to page 5370, or even 5369, we see an exchange between Mr. Valley, and I emphasize it's not this Mr. Valley or any relation, it's Mr. Ismail Valley, on the 28th of September 2021, at the foot of 5369, Mr. Valley greets General Khan. Then over the page he says, "Can you see what a case is about if I get you a case number? Commercial crimes, Hawks." General Khan says, "Yes, bro." And Ismail Valley says, "Hawks called me now." Gives the name of the Hawks officer, gives the case officer. General Khan says, "Which police station?" Then a bit later, not so much later, an hour later, Mr. Valley says, "I went in, brew, utter cuck, I'll tell bro when I see you." General Khan says, "Okay, thanks." And Mr. Valley responds with an abusive comment about the Hawks. General Khan says, do you need me to do anything? Mr. Valley says, no, Jazakala blood. I will save you for a day when I really need you. Although there are laughing emojis after that, which may signify a joke, but General Khan says, I'm here for you, bro. And it may have been intended as a joke, but later in the chats between Mr. Valley and General Khan, we see that it may not have, it may be a bit more serious than that. This relates to a different case altogether. And we see this at 5487. And at the foot of 5487, Mr. Valley gives the name of a person. And then underneath, at the top of 5488, this is on the 15th of April 2022, says, because in position of fraud PRP, they're saying. And General Khan says, Salam's Bureau, did that person come home today? Mr. Valley says, gee, yes. Is your contact sorted, he asks. General Khan says, okay. Mr. Valley thanks him, says the wit lawyer or the vit lawyer. And then General Khan says, we just have to make it disappear now. That's at the top of 5489. And Mr. Valley says, gee, can you, bro? I'll get the toppy to sort. And General Khan says, tomorrow, 1400, we can see him at the hotel. So there is a suggestion that General Khan can make a criminal complaint or a criminal charge disappear in this exchange at the request of Mr. Valley. There is a later exchange of a similar nature, which we see at 5605. And at the foot of 5605, it's now the 27th of May, 2023. Mr. Valley sends some case numbers. He says, morning, brew, mom, and he sends what looks like a case number for Pretoria and another case number for East London. The case number for Pretoria had the prefix SH, and General Khan says, what is SH? Mr. Valley responds, she lives in Chatsworth, Durban, but says underneath, how's it, brew? All's well. My mom's case number from the lawyers is, and gives a case number. General Khan gives a thumbs up. It says, waiting to see the boss to discuss. Jazakala. Islam's big bro, the case in Pretoria Central to be heard in August, old lady's case. And General Khan says, okay. And again, the suggestion in this exchange is that General Khan is going to do something to sort out Mr. Valley's mother's problems with this case that is in Pretoria. That is what I wanted to draw attention to under this topic. I now want to turn to the relationship between General Khan, Mr. Sayed, and Mr. Malema. And there are various themes that run through the chats in this regard. The first one that I want to start with begins, and it's probably, it begins with xenophobic protests in 2021, which is a reminder that we haven't moved on so far in the last 5 years. If we go to and also a reminder of Mr. Malema's principled stand in relation to xenophobia. If we go to 5963, we see at the 10th of June 2021, Mr. Syed forwards to General Khan 6 messages, which he says come from Mr. Malema, and we'll take the messages and then explain why I say they come from Mr. Malema. The first one was a photograph of a person that's been deleted and that is no longer legible. The second was a picture of an Operation Dudula poster, in which Operation Dudula was threatening to remove all illegal foreign nationals by force and was calling for a meeting on June 16, 2021. And had the threat underneath, if you are operating illegally, you better pack and leave before 16 June.
Sorry, Mr. Shaskalson, I don't know whether you answered the question as to why these are not being flighted when you were engaging.
They are being flighted. These are being flighted.
All right, inconsistent.
Oh, sorry.
I was checking whether there was a principle.
No. There's no. Maybe I'm
them.
going too quickly here, and I should
Yeah,
slow down,
I
and
think so.
everything should be
I think
flighted. Sorry. Sorry.
You can tell who the source was when I spoke.
Solidarity on the Commission is breaking down, Chair.
Please continue, Mr. Shaskalson. Thank you.
Well, maybe if we can start at the top. The top, if we go one up, is the message that straddles 5963 and 5964, which was forwarded from Mr. Syed at message time 101:31 on the 10th of June 2021. What this is a deleted photograph of someone. And underneath it, at the same time, there is a picture of an Operation Dudula banner or poster, which says we'll be removing all illegal foreign nationals by force, calls for a meeting in Dipkloof Hall on the 16th of June, and has the threat, if you are operating illegally, you better pack and leave before 16 June. If we go over to the next page, still at the same time, and one sees that the first 4 messages are all have the same time, because they are in fact forwarded messages to General Khan from Mr. Syed. He forwards, must I tell the General? Must be arrested tonight? Yes. So those are 5 messages that are forwarded messages with the same timestamp, and then Mr. Syed explains from Juju. That's a message from Mr. Syed to General Khan. And then what comes afterwards is another forwarded message which says, okay, done. So essentially what Mr. Syed is communicating is that he has been asked by Mr. Malema to forward the first 5 messages to General Khan. Well, he's been asked by Mr. Malema to forward those messages to General Khan. He has, in the second last message with the timestamp 101:33, he explains to General Khan that it's from Mr. Malema, and then he forwards his response to Mr. Malema, which is, okay, done, I have forwarded these to the General. Now that takes place on the 10th of June. The very next day, if we go down to 5971, General Khan sends to Mr. Syed draft questions for the Inspector General of Intelligence. And that is at 11th of June at message time 1:51:47. And again, we have a problem that we frequently had with these message times, that they're 2 hours out because they are UTC, not South African Standard Time. So the questions that General Khan has drafted are convicted drug dealer and member in the agent program, and the name has been redacted, claims to be close friends with you. Is this true? 2, do you take instructions from this person, as he alleges he has a close relationship with you? 3, what gratification does the Inspector General of Intelligence enjoy from this person? 4, how long has the Inspector General been a captured public service servant of, and then that person? So these are draft questions that General Khan has prepared, which he is going to essentially ask Mr. Malema to arrange to be put to the Inspector General in Parliament through the EFF. If we go down to page 5975, and sorry, I just want to emphasize at that stage, General Khan is not dealing directly with Mr. Malema. He is sending messages to Mr. Sayed. But the channel is to Mr. Malema, whether Mr. Malema is aware of General Khan's motives or not. We see that because at 5975, Mr. Sayed sends back to General Khan questions that have now been formulated to the Minister of Police and to the Inspector General of Intelligence. And these questions, and in fact the name is not going to be redacted in these questions, I'm told the name's been mentioned publicly already. These questions that Mr. Sayed sends back read as follows. First, questions to Minister of Police, written reply. 1, do you have any relationship with convicted drag lord? There's a misspelling of drug lord. Drag lord Tumi Marimutu? If so, what's its nature and does it include discussing crime intelligence matters? 2, have you been in contact with Tumi Marimutu and discussed crime intelligence matters related to the Inspector General of Intelligence and the removal of General Jacobs as head of crime intelligence? 3, have you had any discussions with convicted drug lord Tumi Marimutu regarding the supposed deal made by former President Jacob Zuma and Major General Feroz Khan that he will use state intelligence resources to ensure the election of Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma as president of the ANC? If so, what security clearance did Tumi Marimutu attain to discuss crime intelligence matters with you as a minister? Those were the proposed questions to the Minister of Police, and the proposed questions to the Inspector General follow. 1, do you have any relationship with convicted drug lord Tumi Marimutu? If so, what is its nature and does it include discussing matters relating to crime intelligence? 2, have you had any discussions with Tumi Marimutu regarding the removal of General Peter Jacobs as head of crime intelligence? If so, what security clearance gives Tumi Marimutu access to you as the Inspector General of Intelligence, particularly as it relates to discussions of crime intelligence matters? Mr. Sayed explains below, Juju sent me now. General Khan's response is, excellent, bro. Let's go to war. When are they sending it to him? And what one sees in the exchanges that follow is what one often sees in WhatsApp exchanges, where people respond to a message while the writer of that message is writing another message, and so you get responses that don't respond to the immediately preceding message. You have to work out what they respond to. So Mr. Sayed says, are you happy with the questions? In other words, are you satisfied with these questions that Mr. Malema has sent me to be put to the Minister of Police and the Inspector General of Intelligence? But then, in response to General Khan's question, when are they sending it to him, Mr. Sayed says, let me ask. Now answering whether he's happy with the questions, General Khan says, yes, bro, and then says, this should get him to lie, and in return, we can ask for his removal because he lied. So what General Khan is disclosing here is that the purpose of these questions is not to establish whether the Inspector General has a relationship of any nature with Timi Marimutu. Rather, it's to trap the Inspector General into lying in an answer to Parliament and then to use the fact that he will have lied to orchestrate his removal. Mr. Syed is still responding to the previous inquiry of General Khan, which is when are they sending the questions, and he says at 65977 at 12 June 2021, 8:49, but I think it's been sent already. He then responds to General Khan's message saying, you know, this will get him to lie and then we can get him removed, and he says, absolutely, he's going to deny it and then he's effed. Bye-bye P, ... And General Khan agrees with the abusive description of the Inspector General, says big P. Mr. Syed then says, when is it going to be fired off to them? And what we see later is that this is in fact a message that he has sent to Mr. Malema, which he's now forwarding to General Khan. The response is tomorrow. General Khan says they must fix up the spelling of drug in paragraph 1. In other words, Mr. Marimutu is a drug lord, not a drag lord. And he then, responding to when it's going to be fired off, and tomorrow, he says, thanks, bro, much appreciated. And Mr. Syed then sends a screenshot of his exchanges with Mr. Malema, which show that the formulation of the question to the Inspector General of Intelligence came from Mr. Malema. That's the top of the screenshot. Paragraph 2, have you had any discussions with Timi Marimutu regarding the removal of General Peter Jacobs as head of crime intelligence? If so, what security clearance gives Timi Marimutu access to you as the Inspector General of Intelligence, particularly as it relates to discussions of crime intelligence matters? In fact, Mr. Syed, even before General Khan had picked up the drug lord problem, has already responded to Mr. Malema and said drug lord, not drag. And then Mr. Malema says the whole DR, I'm not sure what that relates to, but we then see a 2249 on the screenshot. And if we go back up, 2249 is, what we see at 2249 is when is it going to be fired off, and the answer comes tomorrow at 2258. If we go back up to 5977 and we add the 2 hours to the UTC times, we see that when is it going to be fired off to them, it's recorded as 8:58 p.m. You add the 2 hours, it's 10:58, and tomorrow 10:58 as well. So he has forwarded that exchange with Mr. Malema immediately that it happens, and has then, for good measure, added the screenshot. The next episode in this process takes place on the 13th of June. And it takes place, it's on page 5980. And there, maybe scroll down a bit. And there, Mr. Syed forwards to General Khan a message about the progress of the questions. He says, Parliament will probably only process them on Monday, but they process them and then send to respective ministers and institutions. A week later, at 6:002, we're now on the 20th of June, Mr. Sayed forwards to General Khan a screenshot from Mr. Malema. And what the screenshot shows is that Mr. Sayed asks Mr. Malema, "Brother, when are you back?" Mr. Malema says, "Tomorrow." Mr. Sayed says, "Okay, let's meet tomorrow evening, please, with our general." Mr. Malema says, "Sharp," and there is an XAP response from Mr. Sayed. General Khan thanks Mr. Malema for setting up the meeting, thanks Mr. Sayed for setting up the meeting with Mr. Malema. And Mr. Sayed says, "You are my brew, no need to thank me." That is the 20th of June. Now, I want to clarify what our issue with that, there's actually a further step before I clarify my concerns about this process. If we go down to 6005, we see at 21 June 2021, which is the day after that screenshot was sent to General Khan, the day on which the meeting was going to happen, Mr. Sayed sends to General Khan a letter to the Minister of Police. That letter is in the exhibit bundle at page 298. And it is on the EFF letterhead. It is addressed to Mr. Beki Cele, Minister of Police, and it asks the questions about the minister's relationship with Mr. Tumi Marumutu, who's described as drug lord Tumi Marumutu, and crime intelligence matters. It asks those questions in the same terms verbatim as were forwarded to General Khan by Mr. Sayed on the 11th of June. It's the extract bundle, I think it's called. Is it? Annexes bundle.
Got it. Exhibits is fine. There are two sets of exhibit bundles. That's why we were confused, by the way.
And if we look at that question that was posed to the Minister of Police, it is, apart from cleaning up the spelling errors, so drag lord becomes drug lord and intelligence is spelled correctly, it is verbatim the same as the question that was forwarded to General Khan by Mr. Sayed on the 11th of June.
Does the letter precede or come after the chats? I'm just looking at the dates.
So the letter in draft form that was forwarded from Mr. Sayed to General Khan was forwarded on the 11th of June. The letter itself that was sent to Minister Cele is dated 17 June, and it is provided to General Khan by Mr. Sayed on 21 June. Which is the date on which, according to the screenshot, General Khan, Mr. Sayed, and Mr. Malema were going to meet. I want to clarify an issue here. The issue that we as evidence leaders raise with this process is not that General Khan raised questions about the relationship between the Inspector General and an alleged drug dealer. What the issue is that the chats suggest that the primary purpose of General Khan in raising the issues in the way that he did was to trick the then Inspector General of Intelligence, Dr. Dintwe, into lying, so that if he did lie, he could be removed from his position, a position in which he was exercising oversight over General Khan. And if General Khan had been genuinely concerned about the relationship between Dr. Dintwe and Mr. Marimutu, we would have expected him to take the issue up through the appropriate channels. Instead, what he did was he used his relationship with an alleged tobacco smuggler to plant questions to the Inspector General through the EFF in the hope of trapping the Inspector General in a lie to Parliament. That was what his purpose was. There is a secondary concern, and the secondary concern is that this process suggests that something of a quid pro quo was taking place, if we look at the chronology. We've already seen that immediately preceding the exchanges relating to the Inspector General, a day before, literally a day before General Khan formulated his draft question, a message had been communicated by Mr. Sayed to General Khan, ostensibly on behalf of Mr. Malema and apparently asking for the arrest of persons making threats to foreign nationals on behalf of Operation Dudula. That took place on the 10th of June, that message, that series of messages. General Khan on the 11th sends his message suggesting a question to the Inspector General. And while I commend Mr. Malema for his stance against xenophobic lawlessness, the chats suggest that General Khan saw this as an opportunity to use Mr. Malema's position within the EFF to attempt to trick the Inspector General into a lie that may provide a basis for having him removed. So Mr. Malema sends essentially a complaint about a threat of lawless action by Operation Dudula on the 10th and calls for action to be taken. The next day, General Khan writes back with a question for the Inspector General. It has the appearance of a quid pro quo. There is a...
Sorry, what are we to make of the use of a conduit or a third party in these exchanges?
The use of the conduit is problematic in its own right. And if we go further, because there are further concerns about quid pro quo, where the use of the conduit becomes particularly problematic. But it seems to me that that if General Khan is genuinely wanting questions raised in Parliament, he has appropriate means of doing that without using conduits. And certainly if he wants Mr. Malema to post questions, he should be asking Mr. Malema directly. It may be that at this stage he didn't have a line of direct communication to Mr. Malema. That looks to be the case because, as we'll see later, a few months after this, Mr. Sayed gives him contact details for Mr. Malema. But Mr. Sayed's role in all of this is very problematic. Mr. Sayed belongs to a company which, on its own admission, has been engaged in fraudulent and corrupt activity historically, which is alleged to, and tax evasion, and which is alleged to be continuing to do that at the time that this is happening. And he's not an appropriate person for General Khan to be engaging with in relation to matters of this nature. whatever their personal relationship. But I do want to turn to the other issues in relation to quid pro quo, because we've looked at one part of the chronology.
Just Carlton, before you do that, it seems to me that a further issue of concern may be, at least on the face of it, that General Khan may well have obtained the information behind these questions by virtue of his position, and then he's using information that he would have, if there's any truth to what is posed, and which the Inspector General is expected to lie about. There's that possibility that he would have obtained this information by virtue of his position as an intelligence police officer, and then he's using that information inappropriately.
Inspector Baloy, we've been trying to Inspector Baloy. Commissioner Baloy, we've been trying to locate former Inspector General Dintwe to get a statement to explain this. We haven't yet been able to get a statement from him. But what we have seen is a press report purporting to quote him on this issue. And what he says is that he and General Khan together had a meeting with Mr. Marimutu, in which event what this process would have been about is not about General Khan using his crime intelligence surveillance capacities to find something out about the Inspector General, but actually having had a meeting with the Inspector General and Mr. Marimutu, and hoping that because he wasn't present at the joint standing committee on intelligence when pushed in relation to an issue regarding Mr. Marimutu, the Inspector General would lie. So I'm not sure that your concern is present, but again, we have to get the full story from the former Inspector General, and in due course we hope to do so.
Mr. Carlton, it would still be improper. Leave aside the EFF and leave aside what Mr. Sayed does for a living. If General Khan was in this meeting with the Inspector General and Mr. Marimutu, those are crime intelligence issues that are sensitive. They are not to be shared with just anybody, whether they are your friends or acquaintances. Leave aside what they do for a living. Leave aside the political party, just that aspect.
No, I take that absolutely, Commissioner Kumalo.
But Inspector Kumalo.
But there is another serious concern about quid pro quo if we look back at the chronology. We've looked at a process that runs from 10 June, when the Operation Dudula messages are sent, through to 21 June, when the letter to the Minister of Police is sent. In the middle of that process, on the 15th of June, if we go to page 5990, we come to the Santon case number that I have mentioned previously. And there we see that it's now 4 days after General Khan has sent his draft question to the Inspector General, to Mr. Malema through Mr. Sayed. Mr. Sayed forwards to General Khan a request from Mr. Malema. And that is at the message on page 5990 at message time 12:07 on the 15th of June, where Mr. Sayed forwards the message, need to know the complaint in case number Santon case 79/07/2019, and says Juju Brew. And General Khan says, okay, thanks. Now, if we go to the next page, General Khan responds very promptly. What he's done is he's got onto the SAPS computerized database of cases, and he sends what looks like a photograph or a screenshot from that database, which identifies who the complainant is in that case. And we see that at the top of 5991. Now, and that screen that we see, which he sends to Mr. Sayed, identifies the complainant as Mr. Ruplal. And Mr. Sayed thanks him for it, and then for good measure, General Khan sends through not only Mr. Ruplal's name, which appears from the screen, but also his address, which wasn't even asked for. Now, Mr. Ruplal was the curator of the VBS Bank. And that case, Santon case 76/07/2019, was a case that he had instituted in relation to frauds concerning the VBS Bank. Now, Mr. Malema has been implicated in the VBS Bank scandal. He is implicated in the plea explanation affidavit of the former VBS chair, Mr. Matodzi, who pleaded guilty and was sentenced to an effective 15 years of imprisonment for his role in the scandal. He stated in his plea explanation affidavit that in an attempt to buy protection, political protection from the EFF for VBS, when inquiries were starting to be made in relation to VBS, in an attempt to buy political protection from the EFF, he had paid bribes of millions of rands to Mr. Malema and to Mr. Floyd Shivambu in the guise of making donations to the EFF. The relevant extract from the affidavit of Mr. Matodzi is at the exhibit bundle, page 300 to 301. Don't propose to read it because that's been the subject of separate investigations. But what it shows is that Mr. Malema's concern about this case number was because it related to an issue, whether rightly or wrongly someone was implicating him. And getting the name of the complainant in that case was not something to which Mr. Malema was entitled, and was not something which General Khan was entitled to provide, still less the address of the complainant. And happening when it did, in the midst of this exchange in relation to questions to the Inspector General, which General Khan wanted Mr. Malema to organize, it has very much the appearance of a favor in return for a favor, an illegal favor in return for a favor. There is a second strand of the exchanges between Mr. Sayed and General Khan, which involves Mr. Malema. And it starts on the 30th of June at page 6227. And there, General Khan forwards to Mr. Sayed a disciplinary notice that has been addressed to him by the then Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence. And the complaint essentially says that when General Khan was appointed in terms of the delegation that he shared with his friends to show off, he actually exceeded his authority and performed acts that he was not entitled to do, purportedly under that delegation. He sends this and the notice calls for representations from General Khan in relation to the possibility of disciplinary proceedings. It finishes, your response to this letter must reach my office by close of business today, Friday the 30th of July. He sends it to Mr. Sayed. Mr. Sayed's response is at 6228, and he says, "Did you manage to sort it, Brew? Can I send to Juju?" And General Khan says, "Please hold on." In other words, I don't need Mr. Malema, I don't want Mr. Malema to get involved at this stage. That's where matters sit on the 30th of June. The next stage of this process is...
Sorry, is it 30th June? It looks like July?
Sorry, 30th of July. 30th of July. The next stage of this process is on the 2nd of August at straddling pages 6241 and 6242. And there General Khan sends to Mr. Sayed a message which reproduces an article in Afrikaans which shows that the story of disciplinary proceedings or disciplinary action, potential disciplinary action against him has now been leaked. It's being reported in the Afrikaans press. That is on the 2 August. The next day, on 3 August, at the foot of 6243, going on to 6244, General Khan sends to Mr. Sayed a photograph, and it's a photograph of Mr. Malema and Mr. Sayed around a dinner table with 2 other people. So if we can go back to the process. 30th of July, there's the disciplinary letter. Mr. Sayed says, should I get Mr. Malema involved? General Khan says no. 2 August, 2 days later, the story has leaked to the press. And the next day, General Khan sends a photograph of Mr. Malema and Mr. Sayed to Mr. Sayed. On the 26th of August, at 6356, Mr. Sayed sends General Khan a contact card for Mr. Malema. So General Khan, one would imagine, or one can infer, up to this point was not able to contact Mr. Malema directly, but now General Khan has received Mr. Malema's contact details from Mr. Sayed. On the 5th of December, Mr. Sayed sends General Khan a voice note. That voice note appears at page 6385, and if we can play it.
Salams, bro. Juju called me now. He says that your things are coming along very, very nicely. It's moving along very rapidly. We'll just give you some time, but it's going to happen for sure.
So, Mr. Sayed says to General Khan, Juju called, your things are coming along, it's moving along very nicely, it's going to happen for sure. General Khan thanks him, says much appreciated, and then on the 22nd of September, at 6417, Mr. Sayed sends another message from Mr. Malema to General Khan, and this clearly relates to the disciplinary issue, and it's at the foot of 6417, and he says, Brew, I forgot to tell you the Jew called me, said that you will not ever resign, no matter what. This is a fight, and we will emerge victorious. So if we reflect on that timeline, what we see is that General Khan is in disciplinary trouble at crime intelligence. He tells Mr. Sayed says, should I get Mr. Malema involved? General Khan says initially no. A few days later, the story of his disciplinary difficulties is leaked to the press, and sometime thereafter, Mr. Malema gets involved, and by 22 September, Mr. Malema is saying, you will not ever resign, no matter what, this is a fight and we will emerge victorious. Now, if we go back to the chats again and look at this timeline, which runs from 30 July to 22 September, we see another suggestion of a quid pro quo with Mr. Malema in relation to this episode. And if we just go back to that timeline, it starts 30 July. General Khan asks Mr. Sayed to hold off informing Mr. Malema on the 30th of July. That seems to have changed after the disciplinary problems leaked to the media on the 2nd of August, and then he WhatsApps the picture of Mr. Malema and Mr. Sayed to Mr. Sayed. If we go to page 6240 and look at the sequence, 6240 is the story leaking on the 2nd of August. 6244 is General Khan forwarding the picture of Mr. Malema and Mr. Sayed to Mr. Sayed on the 3rd of August. And if we go down to 6245, on the same day that General Khan forwards the picture of Mr. Malema and Mr. Sayed to Mr. Sayed, Mr. Sayed returns a message which relates to a tender for fleet management services submitted by a company called Bertobrite, B-E-R-T-O-B-R-I-T-E, to the State Information Technology Agency, SETA. And underneath that, he says, Juju sent me. General Khan says what he needs here, what does he need? And Mr. Sayed says, I think he wants us to do it. In other words, we infer, I think he wants us to do this tender for him. So we have...
But where is the for him part, Mr. Chaskalson? I mean, I think he wants us to do it. I get that part.
Or for Bertobrite, because it's Bertobrite's tender. It's not a tender that's put in by a company of Mr. Sayed or Mr. Or General Khan. It's for Bertobrite. And of course, the question is, what is the relationship between Bertobrite and Mr. Malema?
That part I get. The part I don't get is for you to say he wants us to do it for him. That's the part
for Bertobrite. The issue in relation to Bertobrite is that by this stage, August 2021, Bertobrite has already appeared in the press in relation to an allegedly corrupt tender that it procured in Tshwane on the basis of paying amounts to the EFF. I'll find my reference. I don't have it to hand here, but it is in the exhibit bundle. Let me just quickly look. Yeah, it's page 303 of the exhibits bundle, where there is an article entitled "Businessman Who Captured Tshwane Fleet Department Had a Man on the Inside." It's dated 26 February 2020. It relates to a Berta Bright it relates to a tender in Tshwane by Mr. Kganyago, who is linked to Berta Bright, and who is alleged to have paid 15 million to 3 companies linked to EFF leader Mr. Malema.
The article seems to mention a different company of Mr. Kganyago, Mr. Chaskasan. Reading very quickly, sorry, I might be missing it.
No, you are right. It refers to Balimi Barui Trading, BBT. I will get the connection to Mr. Kganyago and Berta Bright. We don't have it in this bundle. But if we go back to the sequence, we see again a situation where General Khan appears to be looking for the support of Mr. Malema in his disciplinary matters through Mr. Sayed. And through Mr. Sayed, Mr. Malema is communicating a wish that General Khan and Mr. Sayed will assist with the Berta Bright tender. Now, in advance of this evidence, notices were issued to, among others, Mr. Sayed, General Fani, and Mr. Malema, indicating that they may be implicated in relation to some of the evidence concerning General Khan. Mr. Malema did respond to that notice, unlike Mr. Sayed and General Fani. The notice that was served on Mr. Malema is to be found at page 283. And as Mr. Malema did respond to that notice, I think, in fairness, we should read out his response into this record so that his response is there for the public to see. It may make, because the response is a response to the notice, it probably makes sense to start with the notice at 283. And the notice says, it's headed in terms of Rule 3 of the Rules of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry, you're hereby given notice that on 6 June 2026, the Commission's investigator, Mr. Tsepo Nyatlo, submitted an affidavit in the Gauteng High Court under case number, and the case number is given, in response to an urgent application brought by Major General Feroz Khan. This affidavit referenced certain WhatsApp chats between Mr. Mohammed Sayed and General Khan. reference certain WhatsApp chats between Mr. Mohammed Sayed and General Khan in the years 2020 to 2023 that were extracted from General Khan's cellular mobile device. The affidavit will be canvassed when General Khan testifies at the Commission from 1 July and refers to chats that implicate you in matters under investigation by the Commission, in particular as follows. And then 6 potential implications are listed. The first is that in June 2021, you, General Khan, and Mr. Sayed seemingly conspired to orchestrate the removal of the then Inspector General of Intelligence, Dr. Dintwe. 1.2, that through Mr. Sayed, you sought and obtained confidential information from General Khan in relation to a criminal case that had been opened against you in Sandton, and the case numbers given. Specifically, you were provided with the name and physical address of the complainant in the matter. The case concerned the VBS bank scandal in which you are alleged to have received bribes from the chair of the bank. 1.3. On 30 July 2021, Mr. Sayed asked General Khan if he could forward to you a disciplinary notice that General Khan had received. The appearance was that you would be of assistance. On 3 August 2021, Mr. Sayed forwarded to General Khan details of the company Berta Bright that had bid for a tender for fleet management for SAPS. He stated that it came from Juju and said, "I think he wants us to do it." In July 2021, there were allegations in the media that Berta Bright secured a fuel tender in the city of Tshwane by paying bribes to the EFF. 1.5. On 5 September 2021, Mr. Sayed sent General Khan a voice note in which he stated the following, quotes, "Juju called me now. He said that your things are coming along very, very nicely. It's moving along very rapidly, but just give him some time, but it's going to happen for sure." 1.6. On 22 September 2021, Mr. Sayed sent General Khan a message of support from Mr. Malema in relation to his disciplinary proceedings, quotes, "I forgot to tell you that you called me, said you will not ever resign, no matter what, this is a fight and we will emerge victorious." The details of the allegations and the chats themselves are set out in Mr. Nyatu's affidavit and annexures to the affidavit, the relevant extracts of which are attached here too as Annexure A. And then paragraph 4 was giving 10 days to file the statement. I won't read the rest of the statement. The affidavit starts at page 287. And because Mr. Malema's response is addressed to the affidavit, it may make sense to briefly canvass what's in the affidavit. Paragraphs 55 and 56 address the Carney Links relationship with the EFF. Paragraph 57 addresses the apparent conspiracy to remove Dr. Dintwe. Paragraph 58 deals with Mr. Malema soliciting details of the complainant in the VBS case. Paragraph 59 deals with Mr. Sayed asking General Khan if he could send details of the disciplinary process against General Khan to Mr. Malema. Paragraph 60 and 61 deal with the fleet management tender and the allegation that Berta Bright was alleged to have bribed the EFF. And the inference from the chats that Mr. Malema wanted General Khan and Mr. Sayed to do the fleet management tender. And paragraph 63 to 65 relate to the alleged messages of support from Mr. Malema to General Khan in relation to his disciplinary problems. Mr. Malema's answer is at page 316, and I should read it out in full. It says, my name is Julius Sello Malema, MP. This serves to respond to the Rule 3 notice of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into Criminality, Political Interference and Corruption in the Criminal Justice System, brackets Commission Rules, brackets Notice, in terms of which you provided me with an opportunity to respond thereto if I so elect. I so elect. Save where otherwise stated, the facts set out herein are within my personal knowledge and are to the best of my belief both true and correct. Where I make submissions of a legal nature, I do so on the advice of my legal representatives. I've been invited to respond to a vermins contained in an extract of Mr. Tsepo Nyatlo's, Mr. Nyatlo affidavit, which supposedly implicate me. As a starting point, the evidence of material alleged to implicate me in Mr. Nyatlo's affidavit are largely purported extracts of communications between Major General Feroz Khan, General Khan, and Mr. Mohammed Sayed, Mr. Sayed. I evidently cannot confirm whether these extracts are a true recordal of their engagements or the authenticity of those extracts. Only they can. I do not understand the Commission to require me to so confirm. I simply record this point to note that my response will be curtailed to claims that are in my personal knowledge and relate to me. Ad seriatim response to Mr. Nyatlo's affidavit. Add paragraph 55, and the Commission will recall that paragraph 55 concerned the Carney Links relationship with EFF. It wasn't an issue specifically identified in paragraphs 1.1 to 1.6 of the notice. Mr. Malema's response is the following. I do not see how the contents of this paragraph implicate me. It is also not apparent in the notice and Mr. Nyatlo's affidavit extract. This matters because I was required to respond to material that implicates me. This is a proper qualification by the Commission, lest I'm asked to deal with personal material that falls outside the terms of reference of the Commission's work and having no bearing on its fact-finding mission. Absent clarity on how I am implicated by this paragraph, I am in no position to meaningfully respond in my defense. I'm uncertain whether the very claimed facts in this paragraph implicate me per se, or that the Commission will draw inferences therefrom. This applies with equal force in respect of the other aspects of Mr. Nyatlo's affidavit, save where the context or language itself clearly implicate in relation to the terms of reference of this Commission. The contents of these paragraphs are nonetheless factual claims. Save with inaccuracies, I will correct momentarily that I have voluntarily stated in the public domain since the inception of the EFF. As an example, I voluntarily stated at the EFF 10th year celebration event, which was perhaps the most widely publicized EFF event, that Mr. Mazzotti, who is the CEO of Carney Links, donated funds that helped register the EFF. It is also a matter of public record that my wife used to reside at a property that is in the same complex precinct at Mr. Mazzotti under a lease agreement, which is underlined. I place underlining emphasis under lease agreement as correctly recorded in Mr. Nyatlo's affidavit, in contrast to other media reports and claims that I stayed there gratuitously. Add paragraphs 57 to 65. Paragraph 9, I deny that I conspired to orchestrate the removal of Dr. Dintwe. Paragraph 10, in any event, I regularly receive information from various sources, some covert, some public, that relates to my work as a Member of Parliament. This paragraph is not an invitation to me. Some come from private citizens and some from public officials like the police. As a case in point, I have met with General Mkhwanazi, who shared with me the investigations about the murder of a popular artist known as AKA. It is my concern, and indeed my interest, to receive information about the working of our public service officials who I have a task of holding to account. Nothing is or could be implicating, if nothing more than receiving assistance of how to hold a public official accountable is proffered. Be that as it may, I do not have knowledge of the exchanges between Mr. Sayed and General Khan. I deny any inference of the contents of these paragraphs to the extent that they infer any unlawful conduct on my part. To the best of my knowledge, I deny any Berta-Bright bribery of the EFF. That is Mr. Malema's affidavit. It speaks for
I
itself.
take it there's no response to 1.2 of the notice,
To 1.2 of the notice.
on 284. I mean, 1.1, that is the response you've just read.
If we were to go through the notice, Mr. Malema has answered 1.1, and he denies a conspiracy. He says he isn't aware of the chats between General Khan and Mr. Sayed, and he explains the role that he plays in holding public officials to account. When it comes to 1.2, he doesn't engage with 1.2. But if we continue further, he also doesn't engage with 1.3. But again, that's about the conversation between Mr. Sayed and General Khan about forwarding the disciplinary notice. He wouldn't have had personal knowledge of that. 1.4, he denies bribery by Berta-Bright, but doesn't engage with 1.4 any further. And he doesn't respond to 1.5 and 1.6, which deal with the voice note and message allegedly reproduced from him by Mr. Sayed to General Khan. Commissioners, we've reached 11 o'clock, and I, in fact, have reached the end of the open session process that I can, that we can deal with publicly. So if I can ask that we adjourn until after the tea adjournment. There will be some logistical issues to setting up the in-camera session, and can I ask if we can have at least 30 minutes for that purpose to set up? Given that the public is not going to be here, might I ask that either myself or Advocate Hasim SC contact you 5 minutes before we're ready, just so that we can reconvene that way.
Thank you, Mr. Chancellor. Ms. Bowe, what's happening, or at what time is the in-camera application that's outstanding to be moved?
Chair, we request to move it after the lunch adjournment.
All right. Let's adjourn. We'll hear from you then, Mr. Chaskalson.
Thank you, Chair.
Good morning all. We are ready to start the day's business. Please make sure that your devices are off. Don't let them ring during the proceedings. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Hassan. Good morning, Mr. Valley.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, we are ready to proceed as we indicated we would on Wednesday. But I think Mr. Valley would like to address you briefly before we begin. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Valley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. When last we appeared before the Commission, there was an understanding that we would meet with Ms. Hassan to determine how today's proceedings should continue. We can confirm that that had occurred. What we can also confirm is that a copy of a redacted J88 had been provided to Ms. Hassan, and as of this morning, an unredacted copy, together with a detailed medical report that we received late last night from the attending doctor. Ms. Hassan can confirm that she's received it, and the only thing that we can say, Chair will notice that our advocate, Mr. Khan, is not with us today. And that is only because we have not received instructions because of our client's condition. The important bit that we now need to draw to the Commission's attention is that we are here out of courtesy and out of respect for the process, and also to have the ability that once our client is of a position to communicate with us again, that we are able to report on the proceedings that occurred in his absence. Having regard to the content of the J88 and the medical report, I would be remiss not to say that I'm tempted to bring an application to postpone, but I can't because I don't have instructions to either bring it or not bring it. So that is the dilemma and the difficulty we find ourselves in. So we are here just to be present and to record. I think those are my submissions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Valley, and also thanks for the act of courtesy, as you call it. Many thanks for that. Yes.
Thank you,
Ms.
Chair. Chair, to begin with, I can confirm that I did receive the J88, the unredacted J88, as well as the medical report. I haven't yet studied it closely. I received it this morning, but it will be made available to the Commissioners during the adjournment. So, Chair, I think we should then just begin and proceed with the plan on the presentation of the evidence that the evidence leaders are of the view may be presented in open session. As I indicated, Chair, on Wednesday, I proposed to place before the Commission certain aspects of the evidence concerning General Khan, on which I would have questioned him had he been present. The evidence includes material that's already been included in the Commission's answering affidavit in the urgent application that was brought by General Khan last month. So it's material that's already been publicly disclosed. But some aspects of evidence that I will traverse are not included in the material that's in the answering affidavit, but is relevant to the terms of reference, of course, but also related to the topics that we covered in the answering affidavit, and the questions that we posed to General Khan in the Regulation 10.6 notice. So in broad outline, what I propose to cover are a series of tenders and tender activity, which will emerge from our analysis of the chats. The chats are not confined to the chat with Mr. Mo Sayed, extends also to a series of conversations between Major General Khan and a Mr. Ismail Vali. I will then deal with the topic of abuse of authority. And under the overall heading of abuse of authority, there are a number of sub-pieces of evidence that we will cover. And I won't go into the detail now. We'll get there when we get there. There's the issue of what we've called the Mashazi trip. As the Commission is aware, we've already heard evidence from this witness, and the Commission has some information regarding a trip to London, a weekend trip to London, which also emerges from some of the conversations with General Khan. And finally, the topic of the financial disclosures. We have had some engagement with General Khan's representatives on the finances. What we propose to do is cover the aspects that we think we can cover in open hearing, and that is not the subject of dispute when it comes to the financial disclosures at this stage. So that's the broad outline of the topics that we are going to cover. These are not all the topics, however, to be covered that related to General Khan. There are some aspects of the evidence that we've seen that the evidence leaders will seek to lead in camera. And the reason for this is, there are at least three reasons for this. The first is some of the evidence concerns ongoing criminal investigation, and it will require us to traverse contents of SAPS dockets which we cannot disclose publicly. It will jeopardize the investigations, it will jeopardize individuals. The second is that some aspects of the evidence contain sensitive material that also can't be led publicly in any sensible manner. For example, evidence that contains a series of voice notes where we aren't able to redact it. But it's important for the commissioners to have access to that evidence. The third is that there is evidence that we don't know for a fact, but that it may pose a risk to the safety of individuals. And it's not in the interests of, it's not in anyone's interest, and it's certainly not the evidence leader's intention to be reckless in relation to this repository of evidence that we have. And so where we are of the view that there may be a risk of threats to safety of particular individuals, we will seek to lead that evidence in camera. And of course, finally, in his in-camera application, General Khan himself stated that the unrestricted disclosure of some of the evidence will pose risks, and substantial threat is what he said to lives. We cannot dismiss that out of hand, of course. We must take it seriously. So to that end, Chair, there will be an application filed in the course of today for that body of evidence on the in-camera. So that's just to set out where we plan to go as a whole with the evidence relating to Major General Khan. I must also say, before I begin with the presentation, is that there may be an explanation for the evidence that I'm about to present. General Khan has indicated, again in his in-camera application and in response to the Commission's, he didn't file a replying affidavit to our answer, but he's indicated that some of the evidence relates to crime intelligence operations and informants. That may be so. Of course, if the evidence does concern a crime intelligence operation, one would expect it to have been formally registered as such and conducted in accordance with the applicable protocols and prescripts. But all I'm saying for the moment, Chair, is that there may be an explanation, and we look forward to hearing the answers and explanation from Major General Khan when he's able to provide that. So, Chair, then let me begin with the first topic, which is the tenders. And again, I must preface this introduction of this evidence. It's to clarify that it is not a
Ms. Asim, we have this loose document in front of us. Will you be introducing it at a later stage?
I will be introducing it shortly.
Shortly.
Chair.
All right.
It
all
is
right.
relevant to the first topic of the tenders that I'm going to be dealing with. So I'll introduce it in about 2 minutes.
All right. All right.
What I was wanting to do is just first preface this topic on the
All right.
tenders with the following statement and the following submission.
All right.
That the purpose of this is...
Before you go ahead, another issue had, I'm sorry, had General Khan been here, he would have told us who he is, what position he holds, and so if perhaps for purposes of the record, you could give us high-level information in that regard. Just.
Can I provide that in the? I don't have it in front of me right now.
After the tea break.
During the adjournment, I'll pull out the relevant information from the
That's
files.
in order.
It's contained somewhere in these bundles.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't have it in front of me.
No.
Commissioner,
After the tea break, then that's in order.
Chair, if I may, and I don't mean to interrupt Ms. Hassam, but I'd rather do so now before I interrupt the mid-stride.
Yes.
I just want to note that it is Friday, and we usually go for our Friday prayer, which we call Jumu'ah. If we may be excused at about 12:30, I know the lunch hour commences at 1 for an hour, and we will be back at 2. If that might be in order, perhaps if proceedings could be stayed with an earlier lunch or an extended lunch, we would be indebted to you, Chair, and to the commissioners.
Just repeat the part about stay.
If lunch could commence at about 12:30, that would accommodate our religious sensibilities to permit us to go and pray, and we would be then back by 2. So all we're asking for is that there be an additional half an hour to work into the lunch hour intended for today.
No, that's in order. What we'll do, we'll perhaps in the afternoon just add that 30 minutes.
We are indebted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Hassim.
Chair, while we're trying to find the information that was requested, I'm going to just begin with the first topic.
Can I do this because I have his founding affidavit?
Oh, do you have it in front of you, Commissioner?
Yes.
That's what I've asked to be provided to me, but I don't have it yet.
So I will only read that Major General Khan is an adult male, head of operational intelligence support at Crime Intelligence at the South African Police Services, and he holds the rank of Major General since 1 September 2017. I will pause there.
And I will just correct the Major General and say it's a service, singular. It's a South African Police Service. It's never service. It's not with subs. Thank you. It may appear unimportant, but it's actually very important.
Noted, Chair. Thank you for that, Commissioner Khumalo. So, Chair, the first topic is the question of the tenders. And I would like to clarify that what the purpose of us going here is. It's not a roving inquiry into ordinary procurement irregularities or garden variety tender fraud. It's directed at whether a SAPS officer, a crime intelligence officer, a senior member of the service, was a conduit for private, commercial, or criminal interests, and whether they were able to gain access or influence or corrupt or compromise law enforcement structures. As such, it falls squarely within the terms of reference of this commission. So that's the approach and the framing that I'd like the commissioners to bear in mind as we enter the discussion on the tenders. The first set of tenders relate to a gentleman by the name of Mr. Mo Sayed, and he is a director of a company called Connie Links. And Chair, I'm going to read the submission that they have provided to us. They provided it last night, and I think it's important in all fairness to read it into the record. And I'd like you, please, to have a look at page 129 of the answering affidavit before I do so.
Was the file marked on the spine?
Urgent application, answering papers, file 1 of 2.
You said which page? I've forgotten now.
Page 129.
Thank you.
And the heading is Connie Links and Illegal Tobacco Trading.
We've all got it now.
Thank you, Chair. This is relevant because when I read out the submission, you'll see it's partly a response to what the Commission placed in its answering papers. And in that section on page 129, in paragraph 14, we say that there have been consistent allegations that Connie Links is engaged in illegal tobacco trading.
Maybe, sorry, Ms. Hassan, maybe for the record you should say who deposed to the affidavit. If it wasn't protected information.
Who deposed to the answering affidavit? And as luck would have it, my copy doesn't have the signature on it. This is, in fact, if I'm correct, it would be our investigator, Mr. Tsepo Nyatlo, who deposed to this. And this was based on his investigations, and there are annexures that support the contents of the paragraphs. But this paragraph, where it says for over a decade there have been consistent allegations that Connie Links is engaged in illegal tobacco trading, points to several pieces of documentation. The first you'll see in 14.1 are several media reports. And I'm not going to go there. It shows that the allegations had been widely published and in some detail. In 14.2, there are two further documents that are attached. One is a media statement by the South African Tobacco Transformation Alliance, and the other is an Ipsos study. Now, this is not the entire basis upon which we make these allegations, and I'll explain why. But I'm going to go to the Carney Link submission because it's in response to this that they provide the submission. And let me go right there. Chair.
Were they invited to make this submission?
They were not invited to make the submission. It's a voluntary submission, and it'll be apparent when I read this, the context in which they do make it. And as I said, Chair, I think given that I am going to go in some detail through the chat, it's important that their version is placed on record before I do so. Sorry, Chair. Okay, let me begin. So, Chair, the submission is signed by Mr. Adriano Mazzotti, and it was provided to the Commission yesterday evening. If I start at paragraph 1, these submissions are made voluntarily by Carney Links Pty Limited, Carney Links. Carney Links has not been issued with a notice by the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into Criminality, Political Interference and Corruption in the Criminal Justice System, the Commission, nor has it been requested or directed to provide evidence or submissions. The company nevertheless considers it appropriate in the interests of fairness and to assist the Commission in the proper discharge of its mandate to place certain relevant facts before it. Carney Links has become aware that allegations concerning the company appear in the affidavit deposed to by the Commission's investigator, Tsepo Nyatlo, as well as in the Rule 3 notice issued to one of its directors, Mohammed Sayed, in his personal capacity. Although the Rule 3 notice is directed exclusively to Sayed and not to Carney Links, the company is concerned that allegations affecting its business, reputation, and commercial standing may ultimately be considered without the benefit of Carney Links' own explanation and the broader factual and regulatory context within which those allegations arise. Carney Links accordingly tenders these submissions voluntarily. It does so not to challenge the Commission's mandate, nor to relitigate historical regulatory matters with the South African Revenue Service, but to assist the Commission by placing before it a balanced account of the company's history, regulatory engagement, and present position. Carney Links supports the Commission's constitutional mandate to investigate criminality, corruption, and political interference within the criminal justice system. It has no interest in shielding unlawful conduct by any person or entity and welcomes any lawful process that advances accountability, transparency, and the rule of law. At the same time, Carney Links respectfully submits that findings affecting the reputation of any corporate entity should be based upon credible, independently verifiable evidence and should distinguish carefully between historical regulatory defaults, historical conduct voluntarily disclosed pursuant to Chapter 16 of the Tax Administration Act, unresolved tax disputes being determined through statutory mechanisms, allegations made by competitors or industry participants, media reports and public commentary, industry-sponsored reports, and evidence capable of establishing present-day unlawful conduct. It is against that background that Carney Links respectfully places the following facts before the Commission. Carney Links is a South African cigarette manufacturer duly incorporated in accordance with the laws of the Republic. Carney Links was established in May 2011 and has for approximately 15 years operated within one of the most comprehensively regulated industries in South Africa. During that period, it has grown into an established South African manufacturer operating under licenses issued by the South African Revenue Service, investing substantially in local manufacturing capacity and contributing meaningfully to the South African economy. Carney Links is the holder of a valid cigarette manufacturing license issued by SARS in terms of the Custom and Excise Act, a copy of which is attached, marked A for your reference. The company operates under that license and remains subject to continuous regulatory oversight by SARS. The manufacture of tobacco products is governed by an extensive legislative and regulatory framework, including licensing requirements, excise controls, customs supervision, record-keeping obligations, inspections, audits, and enforcement powers administered by SARS. Carney Links conducts its business within that statutory framework. Carney Links is a South African taxpayer and has throughout its existence engaged with SARS as the regulator responsible for the administration of the customs and excise regime applicable to licensed tobacco manufacturers. In this regard, we annex here to Carney Links' tax compliance certificate marked B. Carney Links contributes to the South African economy through investment in manufacturing infrastructure, the payment of taxes, and the creation of sustainable employment opportunities. The company directly employs approximately 100 South Africans and supports many additional livelihoods throughout its value chain, including tobacco merchants, transport operators, logistic providers, warehousing businesses, packaging suppliers, distributors, and retailers. Over the course of its operations, Carney Links has invested substantially in manufacturing facilities, plant, equipment, and distribution infrastructure within South Africa. Carney Links is also a member of the Fair Trade Independent Tobacco Association, an association representing independent tobacco manufacturers and advocating for lawful competition, effective regulation, and meaningful measures to combat illicit trade. Like every legitimate participant in the regulated tobacco industry, Carney Links has a direct commercial interest in ensuring that illicit trade is effectively addressed. Illicit trade undermines compliant manufacturers, deprives the fiscus of significant revenue, and distorts lawful competition. Under the heading of historical regulatory matters, considerable reliance has been placed in the public domain and more recently in the affidavit deposed to by the Commission's investigator upon an affidavit deposed to by Carney Links Director Adriano Mazzotti on 6 May 2014. Carney Links does not seek to distance itself from the existence of that affidavit or from the fact that it contains admissions concerning historical conduct. Carney Links respectfully submits, however, that the affidavit cannot properly be understood unless it is considered within the statutory and factual context in which it was prepared. During 2014, Carney Links engaged with SARS in a comprehensive disclosure process concerning historical tax matters, with the objective of making full disclosure concerning historical tax compliance and seeking to regularize its tax affairs under the applicable tax legislation administered by SARS, including the Tax Administration Act, Customs and Excise Act, the Value Added Tax Act, the Income Tax Act, and any other legislation applicable to the matters under consideration. Adriano Mazzotti, in his capacity as director of Carney Links, deposed to an affidavit. Carney Links and SARS subsequently adopted differing positions concerning aspects of that engagement and its outcome. Carney Links does not consider it necessary or appropriate for this commission to determine those issues. They properly fall within the statutory framework governing the administration of tax legislation and the relationship between a taxpayer and the revenue authority. For present purposes, what is material is that the affidavit was prepared in the context of Carney Links' engagement with SARS concerning historical tax compliance and for the purposes of that disclosure process. The affidavit was intended to form part of a confidential engagement between Carney Links and SARS. At some stage thereafter, Information purporting to originate from that affidavit entered the public domain without Carney Links's knowledge or authority. Carney Links is not in possession of the versions presently relied upon or quoted by various media organizations and is accordingly unable to verify their authenticity, completeness, or accuracy. Nor have the affidavits relied upon in media reports or the versions presently circulating publicly been published in full. Carney Links is therefore unable to determine whether quotations attributed to the affidavit accurately reflect the original document, whether they have been reproduced completely or whether they have been presented out of context. Carney Links further notes that the aspects of the media reporting concerning Carney Links, Mazotti, and the historical tax affairs have previously been found by the Press Ombudsman to have been inaccurate. The Commission is therefore respectfully requested to approach media reports concerning these matters with appropriate caution and to place reliance upon primary evidence properly before it. Carney Links accordingly submits that any assessment of the affidavit should be undertaken only with reference to the original document, its statutory and factual context, and the evidence properly before the Commission, and not by reference to excerpts, summaries, and characterizations appearing in media reports or public commentary. The affidavit demonstrates that Carney Links engaged with SARS concerning historical tax matters. It does not, without more, establish that Carney Links presently conducts its affairs unlawfully or forms part of any alleged criminal enterprise. The Commission is therefore respectfully requested to distinguish between historical regulatory engagement, ongoing tax administration processes, and allegations of present-day criminality. Under the heading Carney Links's present regulatory position, following its engagement with SARS concerning historical tax matters, Carney Links continued to operate as a licensed manufacturer under the regulatory oversight of SARS. The company has remained subject to inspections, audits, verifications, and assessments by SARS in the ordinary course. As is the case with many taxpayers operating within highly regulated industries, Carney Links has from time to time been the subject of assessments and findings by SARS. Certain findings have been accepted and the relevant liabilities discharged. Other findings have been disputed through the statutory objection, appeal, and review mechanisms established under the South African tax legislation. Carney Links respectfully submits that the unresolved tax disputes cannot properly be equated with criminal conduct. The Tax Administration Act creates mechanisms through which taxpayers and SARS may legitimately differ on questions of fact and law. South Africa's tax legislation, including the Tax Administration Act, creates comprehensive mechanisms through which taxpayers and SARS may legitimately differ on questions of fact, law, and the proper interpretation and application of the legislation. The existence of such disputes is a recognized feature of tax administration and should not without more be equated with criminal conduct. The existence of such disputes is not unusual in tax administration and should not without more be treated as evidence of unlawful conduct. Under the heading, the Nyatlo Affidavit. Carney Links has carefully considered the allegations contained in the affidavit deposed to by Nyatlo. To the extent that those allegations concern Carney Links, they are denied. Carney Links respectfully submits that portions of the affidavit appear to conflate historical regulatory matters, unresolved tax disputes, media reports, and industry commentary with evidence of present-day criminality. Those concepts should be carefully distinguished. Historical regulatory matters and ongoing tax administration processes cannot without more establish present-day criminal conduct. Likewise, unresolved tax disputes cannot be equated with findings of fraud, tax evasion, or organized criminal activity. Under the heading SATTA, Ipsos, and Industry Material. Carney Links notes that portions of the Nyatlo Affidavit appear to rely upon publications issued by industry organizations and market reports prepared by third parties. Carney Links respectfully submits that such material should be approached with appropriate caution. Industry bodies perform an important role in the public debate. However, they are not independent regulators, courts, or investigative authorities. Their publications frequently reflect commercial interests and policy positions. Likewise, retail pricing studies and market surveys may identify pricing trends or market anomalies. They do not establish whether excise duty has been paid in respect of any particular product. Nor do they establish whether a manufacturer has committed tax evasion, fraud, smuggling, or any other criminal offense. Carney Links further submits that media reports, publications produced by representative organizations and market studies are each different forms of material carrying different evidential weight. While such material may contribute to public debate, it does not constitute primary evidence of criminal conduct. Serious findings against any person or corporate entity should be based upon reliable, independently verifiable evidence properly before the Commission. Under the heading, Carney Links' interaction with law enforcement. The Nyato affidavit further suggests that Carney Links improperly utilized organs of state against competitors. Carney Links unequivocally denies those allegations. Carney Links, like any responsible corporate citizen, Carney Links has, where appropriate, reported information concerning suspected unlawful conduct to the relevant authorities. There is nothing improper in providing information to SARS, SAPS, or any other competent authority. Once such information is provided, all investigative and enforcement decisions remain those of the relevant authority acting under its own statutory powers. Carney Links has never exercised control over the investigative functions of SARS, SAPS, or any other organ of state. Conclusion. Carney Links has made these submissions voluntarily because it believes that the Commission should have before it the company's own account before reaching conclusions that may affect its reputation and commercial standing. Carney Links does not seek to minimize its history or avoid scrutiny, nor does it ask the Commission to determine disputes between itself and SARS concerning historical tax matters. Those matters are regulated by legislation and remain subject to the statutory mechanisms provided by South African law. Carney Links asks only that its history be understood in its proper statutory, factual, and commercial context. The question presently before the Commission is whether there exists credible, reliable, and independently verifiable evidence establishing the allegations presently made against Carney Links. Carney Links respectfully submits that those questions should be answered on the basis of evidence relevant to the issues before the Commission and not by inference drawn solely from historical regulatory engagement, unresolved tax disputes, media reporting, industry advocacy, or commercial rivalry. Carney Links has voluntarily approached this Commission because it believes that the search for the truth is best served when all relevant perspectives are placed before it. It respectfully trusts that these submissions will assist the Commission in fulfilling its constitutional mandate fairly, objectively, and in accordance with the rule of law. Carney Links remains willing to cooperate further with the Commission and reserves its right to supplement these submissions should additional information become relevant. Yours faithfully, Adriano Mazzotti, and then there are two annexures A and B that were referred to in the letter. So the letter, so Chair, now you see why I first went to the answering affidavit and those paragraphs, because what Mr. Mazzotti is taking issue with is the reliance on what he describes as media reports that are not based on independent evidence, not based, as far as he can tell, on the affidavit itself, and that the affidavit that the Commission put up also included industry-obtained analysis, research analysis, like the Ipsos study, which was commissioned by Carney Links' competitor. It was commissioned by British American Tobacco. So that's fine, we accept that. What I wish to do, however...
Have you touched on the fact that they also say some of the material is historical, which I understand to mean and is no longer applicable?
Well, it's historical in the sense that the admissions that were made by Mr. Mazzotti took place some years ago. But it's not historical when looked at in the perspective of this commission about particular conduct. And it's not just about Carney Links as an entity, it's about Mr. Sayed, who's a director of Carney Links. So it relates both to findings against Carney Links of illegal tobacco trading, not based on media reports. And I will go to Mr. Mazotti's own affidavit to bear out that submission. But also, our evidence is based on Mr. Mo Sayed's alleged conduct. And at no point have we ever said that there are proven criminal cases and charges against Mr. Sayed. But there are very serious allegations. And in the context of a commission of inquiry, we are entitled to rely on that and to consider that in the course of the investigation of the commission. So, Chair, a lot of what is said in this submission is answered by direct reference to Mr. Mazotti's affidavit that was provided to SARS. It is a 2014 affidavit. The settlement agreement that was concluded between Carney Links and SARS was only concluded in 2020. And in fact, I don't propose to go to it in detail, but it is before the commissioners, and I'll just take you to the page reference in a moment. The basis upon which that settlement was reached were facts, different facts and admissions. Well, let me not say admission, different facts that were agreed to by Carney Links than the 2014 facts in the Mazzotti affidavit. So it extends over a period of time. And we have the objectively verifiable evidence before us because we requested it from SARS under a 10-6 subpoena, and it was provided to us with the necessary permissions to be able to use it in these proceedings. So I think, Chair, I will now go to that affidavit.
Maybe before you do that, even if it's just for the record, just to confirm that Carney Links or Mr. Mazzotti himself, have they requested to file an affidavit before the commission in the light of whatever is concerning them from the answering affidavit in the High Court, or to appear? Has there been that kind of approach from them?
Commissioner Beloy, the only communication that we've received from Carney Links is the letter that I've now read out in the form of a submission. There's been no request to formally testify or provide anything on oath.
Okay, thank you.
Whilst you are looking, shall we be told where this should go and the annexures?
I think it needs to be given an exhibit number.
Yeah.
What number are we on? Chair, I'm advised that we are now at CJC 362. That will be the exhibit number.
Thank you. As I always do, I'll request the attorneys to please sort our files out in that regard. Thank you.
Chair, I'm going to go to the affidavit itself, but can I first just summarize the main themes that emerge from that affidavit, because I do not intend to read out that entire affidavit. Of course, if there are any questions on it, we can discuss various parts of it. But in a nutshell, what you'll see is that the affidavit contains admissions by Mr. Mazzotti, both personally and as a representative of Carney Links. And these admissions relate to past customs, excise, and tax non-compliance, failures to account for cash income, and failure to pay tax, VAT, and excise duty. A particular transaction, which I can say because we've been given permission, the illegal Pieterse transaction. But again, I'm not going to go into detail, but the commissioners will see it as we look at the affidavit, which concern manufacturing cigarettes off the books. Then there's admissions of unlawful importation of tobacco under a false Swaziland pretext. There's admissions of unlawful surveillance of SARS officials and access to personal records. There's an admission of obtaining a confidential SARS document for cash, so paying someone inside SARS to get access to this document. And there's also admissions of improper cash payments to legal advisors. And it's clear from the affidavit, and it's explained by Mr. Mazzotti, that the cash payments were made on the belief that SARS officials were being paid off, and that by making these cash payments to these legal advisors, they would assist in resolving Carney Links's problems with SARS. But I must also say that in the affidavit, Mr. Mazzotti also says the following, and I'll come to it, that he believes he was naive to think that the SARS officials could be bought. He's very careful to say that. So let me go to the affidavit. The settlement agreement, as I said, was concluded on a different basis, on unlawful conduct, but a different unlawful conduct. Chair, the affidavit, the SARS bundle is CJC 361, and there's one file. And Mr. Mazzotti's affidavit is at page 16 of that file. Chair and Commissioners, you'll see that it begins with the usual declarations. It's a deposition by Mr. Adriano Saro Lorenzo Mazzotti. He explains the purpose of the affidavit. And if we could just scroll down, there's a lot of background and principles, etc. If we scroll down to paragraph 8, after describing the principles of restorative justice and settlement of conflicts, etc., at page 5 of the affidavit, I'm not sure what page it is in the bundle, it's paragraph 8, but it's halfway through paragraph 8, where Mr. Mazzotti says, in light of these principles, it's hoped that this process will culminate in the company accepting criminal liability in a criminal court, together with civil liability in respect of legislation administered by SARS, relying on the fact that it has cooperated with SARS, disclosed its wrongdoings of the past, did not waste the state's time, effort, and resources in doing so, demonstrated genuine resource, etc., etc. So that really is the crux of the purpose of this affidavit. At paragraph 11, he sets out the history of the company. Relevant for us is where he states in paragraph 11 that it was originally, Carney Links was originally started in about June 2010, when the former partners, Sayed, myself, and Martin Wingate Pierce got together. So that Sayed is Mr. Mo Sayed, whose chats I will be going to in due course. Paragraph 12, he talks about a bit more about the history and when they first acquired manufacturing equipment to start the business, and that again was together with Sayed, Martin Wingate Pierce, and Craig Williamson, who also was involved in this enterprise. Mr. Craig Williamson, of course, is no stranger to crime and criminal conduct. He goes on to then give the rest of the history. I won't go through that. Paragraph 16, the commissioners will see a table of the shareholding breakdown. And again, you'll see Mr. M. Sayed and his shareholding.
Maybe for completeness, Ms. Hassim, you have referred to the founders, and that include Mr. Craig Williamson and somebody else, but in the list at paragraph 16 seems to be a different list of names. Maybe just for completeness, you indicate who is
all
still
the names
there that you referred to previously here.
So the full list of shareholdings in Carney Links is what's depicted. And so the first is Mr. Masotti with 16.6%, Mr. Sayed with 16.6%, Mr. Phillips, K. Phillips, with 16.6%, Mr. G. Lombard with 16.6%, and Mr. Wingate Pierce with 33.3%.
You no longer have Mr. Craig Williamson, I think.
No, and elsewhere in the affidavit, it's explained that
Yes.
he dropped off at a certain point.
Yes.
In fact, it says that there was a cash contribution raised to pay out Mr. Williamson when he exited the enterprise. So, Chair, what then is contained in the affidavit is you'll see in 17 and 18, Carney Links was registered and operated lawfully to date. For example, in paragraph 18, to date, the company has always made the payments due to SARS on time and accurately, except as mentioned below. In 19, the company has also abided by the requirements of VAT and income tax, except as itemized below. I don't think it's necessary for us to go into the individual instances of this conduct. I've set out already for the commissioners the topics that they cover. So if I may skip over those, they are under different headings, but as you go through it, you'll see that they relate to what I've said about evading income tax, excise duties, VAT, illegal trading in relation to the Grunling heading. It concerns the payment of cash for certain benefits, and again, also cash payments to avoid tax, infiltration of SARS, and I'm just going to scroll past these. There's the purchaser engagement. I just want to point out that, and commissioners, you'll see throughout this is not just an conduct that was undertaken by Mr. Mazzotti on his own. He did it in concert with Mr. Mo Sayed and with Mr. Phillips. For example, when you look at paragraph 51, he says, in February 2013, Petersa approached me with an offer which I discussed with Sayed and Phillips. We accepted his proposal, which was wrong and has landed our company in trouble, and in retrospect, we should never have done this, and then he describes the arrangement in some detail. He goes on in paragraph 54 to explain the 8 million rand in cash that they were able to raise in this engagement that was not accounted for in the books of the company. And he then explains what he used the 8 million rand for. In paragraph 61, it's clear that he accepts that Carney Links acquired tobacco unlawfully and wrongfully of 2 tons per week over a period of time. He goes on to explain further contraventions of the law, and he says the unlawful conduct, and here's where he deals with payments to legal advisors. And Chair, what's important about this is that we're no longer talking about tax non-compliance. This affidavit has moved off tax non-compliance at this point. It's talking about fraud and corruption. I'm not going to mention the names of the legal advisors that are named in the affidavit. He does say in relation to at least one of them that, and you'll see in paragraph 83 of the affidavit, that he persistently referred to his contacts at SARS and in particular mentioned Johan van Lochrenberg and Ivan Pillay. We were naive to believe that he could influence van Lochrenberg and Pillay to favor our company. This we accept now is in a manner of speaking nonsense, and that we were misled. But in the process, we paid 800,000 rand in cash to this legal advisor. And so on, Chair, Commissioners, to the end of the affidavit. And you'll see at page 52 of the affidavit, again, I'm not sure what page it is in your bundle, is the signature and the date on which it was commissioned, 6 May 2014. The settlement agreement ultimately concluded is at page 83 of your bundle when you're ready, although we're not going to go through it in detail, Chair, unless you wish to. Chair, I see you reading, so I'm just waiting for you.
No, please go ahead.
So it's at 83, but at page 98 of the settlement agreement, the date of the signature is 27 October 2020, and it was signed by the directors. Of Carney Links and two of the directors and a SARS representative. And that agreement is, really what it does in a nutshell is it records SARS's position and view that the cigarettes, that cigarettes manufactured by Carney Links were presented on paper as having been moved and exported lawfully, but that there were no documents to prove a lawful export. So the effect was that SARS treated the cigarettes as having been diverted into South Africa without customs duties, VAT, etc., being paid.
Ms. Assam, I think it's only right, perhaps fair, that you also put on record paragraph 1.1.3 of that settlement agreement. It mentions two specific individuals against whom this debt is raised, and therefore not everybody who is a director or shareholder.
Yes, Commissioner Beloy, it says that the amount in dispute means the debt raised by SARS against Carney Links, the company, of which Mr. Mazzotti, Mr. Phillips, and Mr. Sayed are directors. So it's against the company as well as Phillips and Mazzotti in their personal capacities.
Thank you.
The amount in dispute is about 31.5 million, but the settlement agreement concluded on the basis of 25 million and something. So those are, that is the factual basis of the allegations of the conduct of Carney Links. And then the directors who are engaged in, in that unlawful conduct. The allegations, well, the admissions in the affidavit of fraud and corruption, we have no knowledge of anything further coming of it, whether there were any charges, whether there was any action that was taken. It's not within SARS jurisdiction to follow up on those, but we don't know if it was referred for any purposes. So we don't have knowledge on that.
Can I again just check, in that letter, the submission, if you would just bear with me, there is somewhere, there's a paragraph where Mr. Mazzotti implores us to have reference to the original affidavit. Sorry, I had highlighted it. I had highlighted where he says, he asks us to have regard to the original document or affidavit. And I
think it's paragraph 34.
Hold on.
To place reliance on primary evidence properly before it.
Yeah. And you have said that you have received this affidavit from SARS. It's a copy, if we can just confirm for the record, and you've not been offered the original by Mr. Mazzotti.
No, we were not offered this. So the letter that we received last night points out, it's signed by Mr. Mazzotti. He points out that what we rely on are media reports, the Ipsos study, etc., which is secondary information, and it's not based on. And he says that we are unable to tell whether the quotations are accurate or not because it's not based on the affidavit itself. But the affidavit was his own affidavit, so he could have placed it before the commission. It wasn't placed before the commission, but as it happened, we had already requested this from SARS. We received a copy from SARS Commissioner Beloy, and that's the copy that I read out.
Thank you.
I got the impression he was saying he no longer has a copy, so he's not sure whether what is being put up mirrors what is set out in the affidavit.
Is that what was, is that,
No,
did
no,
I
that's
read?
how I understand it, because
Maybe. Maybe he has a copy and not the original. I don't know. All I know is it wasn't offered to us. So, Chair, I mean, all of this is again really just prefacing us now getting into the content of the tenders and the significance of Mr. Mo Sayed and the chat between General Khan and Mo Sayed. And it's not just in relation to his links with the company and his involvement in this conduct in the company, but also other allegations that have been made in the media for some time. And we also detail that in the answering affidavit. It was something that, you know, even Mr. Shongwe referred to when he was here. Those are allegations. There's, again, no charges that we are aware of that have been brought against Mr. Sayed, for example, in relation to the allegation that he was involved in the hit against the doctor, Mr. Munshi. But they're allegations. And I'm not, and the allegations of other sorts of cover-ups, I'm not going to go any further into that. The point is, it's a matter of public record that these allegations are swirling, and I have nothing further to say on it. In that context, I now would like to turn to the WhatsApp conversation. And for that purpose, Chair, we provided a core bundle because it's not even the full version, but the bigger version is about 6,812 pages of WhatsApp conversations. The context is important. So all of those pages are relevant because it provides a context. But for the purposes of the particular aspects of the chat that I'm going to go to, we prepared a smaller core bundle. It may be that we need to exit the core bundle and look at certain other pages, maybe a little bit before the page in the core bundle, a little after, in which case we will alert you, and Chair, you'll have to go there electronically because we didn't print out the 6,800 pages. But I'm confident we'll manage this.
So we put away the two files that we were working from.
That's correct, Commissioner Beloy. Now all you will have is the core bundle.
Volume 1. We've got 1, 2, 3. You want us to look at 1.
This is volume 1.
What we...
Commissioner Beloy, I think that volume 1 would do the trick. But it might be we're going to have to jump between the two now and then. If I can just explain, Chair, that what I'll be doing is going through different parts of this chat, and I've separated out the tenders because there's more than one engagement on corrupting and facilitating an improper tender. They fall under different headings. The first one I would like to deal with is the PPE tender the protective equipment, personal protective equipment. It was during the time of COVID, and as we know, there was a flurry of activity to tender for provision of protective equipment by several companies. So, Chair, the first exchange, it begins on 12 January 2021.
Page
5695. Sorry, is that in volume 2?
Do we put away file 1 so long?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Sasim, these are we're looking at chats downloaded from General Khan's phone, all of them. Is that
That's
just
correct.
for the record?
So let me explain, commissioners. There are several devices that were seized from General Khan on the 10th of May. In these series of chats, we're going to be looking at the conversations, the WhatsApp conversations only, not other parts of the devices that come from an iPhone 8 and from an iPhone 11. The bulk of what I'm going to go through is in the iPhone 11. And this is a chat between General Khan and Mr. Mo Sayed. And it begins at the top of 5695. And what it begins with is Mr. Sayed saying, who can I speak to get contract to supply SAPS with masks, with SAP's logo I'm making upstairs, need to sell? The response from General Khan, I don't think I mentioned the date. This is 12 January 2021. And it's at 10:56 in the morning. At 11:06 on the same day, General Khan says, send me samples and prices, please, ASAP. I'm going to see someone tomorrow night who is the possible guy to make it happen. That's responded to by Mr. Sayed, who says, perfect. And General Khan says, don't forget my birthday present, etc. On page 5696, so the next page, at the top of the page, Mr. Sayed sends General Khan the PPE price lists, and that is contained in the annexure bundle. It's annexures to WhatsApp chats, and it's just one file. And in that bundle, so Chair, in these chats, there are documents that are attached, etc., voice notes, and so that's what this annexure bundle is about. Page 147 is where you'll see the price list that is contained on page 5696. So you'll see on page 147 that it is gloves, masks.
Is it a conscious decision not to fly it?
No, Chair.
Oh.
Chair, you'll see that it's gloves and masks and caps and shoe covers, and the prices are to the right-hand side. And on the same page, 5696, General Khan says, Salams bro, I got the samples. And then if we move forward,
I suppose it would be for General Khan to explain what he meant when he says, I got the samples. But this seems to be a reference to something different from the price list, that the samples themselves would have been what he's referring to.
I think it is different, Commissioner Beloy, because when you have regard to the chat we went to before, he said, send me the samples and price list. This is the price list. I think the samples might have been sent physically, obviously. So he's reporting that he received the samples. I can only put two and two together there.
They came with the birthday present. They were not the birthday present.
The birthday present was a separate package.
Yes.
Thank you.
So this begins then in January 2021. But the next chat I'd like to take the Commission to is on 18 May 2021, where, so you'll recall in the earlier chat, General Khan says there's somebody I'm going to be seeing tomorrow or whenever to assist with this. So on 18 May 2021, and that's page 5899, at the top of the page, Mr. Sayed says, Brew, let me know what the procurement for SAPs say for the masks. And General Khan responds, are you on CSD? Mr. Sayed says, what's that? Now, we do know that the CSD is a central supplier database, and we don't know what further communication took place to assist Mr. Sayed to get onto the central supplier database. But that takes place in May. The next exchange on this tender takes place on the 4th of June, 2021. Sorry, can you just take this? And that's at page 6025. And at the, again, sort of at the top of the page, at 9:56 in the evening, Mr. Sayed says to General Khan, let's sell some masks, please. General Khan replies, okay, bro, I will speak to them tomorrow. Mr. Sayed replies, perfect, bro. General Khan says, everything in good time. Mr. Sayed says, I have a feeling that you're going to pull it off. And General Khan says, Inshallah. At this point, we don't know yet who them is that General Khan will be speaking to. But if we have a look at the next conversation, which is the next day, but it's at page 5941, that's 5 June 2021 at 8:23 a.m. Mr. Sayed asks, Brew, please ask Fani what name was the transversal contracts saved under? Now, Commissioners, we will see as we go through this that what we will establish is that the FANI that is being referred to in this chat is it's General FANI, who's recently been suspended from the SAPS, where he was in supply chain management, held a position in supply chain management. But at this point in time, he was employed in National Treasury in a procurement position, a senior position. I just don't have it in front of me right now, but it was a senior position like head of procurement at National Treasury.
Is Fani the surname?
The Fani is the surname. It's Molefe Fani.
Ms. Hassan, not necessarily for resolution now, it might be important to verify the FANI, because in the documents you've given us, there are two different spellings of FANI. There's a FANI, F-A-N-I, and the FANI, there's I-E.
Yes,
So
Commissioner.
if you're able to confirm it now,
I'll
you say
get there.
this is Molefe.
I mean, quite shortly, in fact, but it's F-A-N-I.
Yes.
And the people with whom, and Mr. Sayed is not the only person General Khan communicates with about General Fani, but they don't seem to know exactly how it's spelled. So
I see.
Various
So
spellings, but the proper spelling, as I'll show you in a moment, is F-A-N-I.
Okay, but you say this FANI, F-A-N-I-E, is the same
It's the
person?
same.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that was June. If we go to July, page 6107. That is a voice note. And we will, this is 7 July 2021. Mr. Sayed sends a voice note to General Khan in which he asks General Khan to check how many test kits he was looking for at ordering for different government departments. Well, what he says is that General Khan should check with General Fani how many test kits he was looking at ordering for different government departments for PPE. So I think we need to just play that voice note, if it's available. Chair, I think we have a technological problem, but I also see that it's 7 minutes to 11. I don't know how long it'll take to resolve. Maybe we should adjourn slightly earlier for tea.
Sorry, only because you're already in July, if maybe you would go back to 6021. Yeah, you may have a follow-up. It's on the 23rd of June, right at the end. Remember, you earlier referred us to a request for a CSD number, and then now at the bottom, what's up, you seem to have an answer to that, and in the next page. Maybe you put that on record so that when General Khan does come to testify, he can speak to that. 6021.
I'm there. Yes, that's
You
right.
want to put that on record?
I had made a note and I forgot to skip over it. So thank you, Commissioner Beloy. It's 6021, which is on the 23rd of June. Mr. Sayed says at 8:57 p.m., this is BW CSD number. Now, and then he follows it with the CSD number. We can see it is a CSD number because it has the prefix MAAA, which is the usual prefix for CSD numbers. BW CSD number, we believe BW stands for Branded World, which is a company that we will see features elsewhere in these chats, was mentioned in these chats, and it is a company that Mr. Mazzotti is a director of.
Thank you, Mr.
Let's adjourn and resume at 11:30.
Thank you, Chair.
It's 11:29. We are ready to resume the session. Please make sure that your devices are off or on silent. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you, Chair. I think the voice note is ready.
Salam Zazi Guru. Please check with the pilot how many test kits are they looking at ordering, the different departments, because I've got approval. We can distribute it through Carney Links Industries. I've got the stock as well. I've got the samples, the stock, the samples have been approved by SAPRA. I've got the stock as well, so I want to operate it.
Chair, can I ask that it's played one more time? So it's sometimes hard to follow the first time around.
Salam Zazi Guru. Please check with the pilot how many test kits are they looking at ordering, the different departments, because I've got approval. We can distribute it through Carney Links Industries. I've got the stock as well. I've got the samples, the stock, the samples have been approved by SAPRA. I've got the stock as well, so I want to operate it.
So that's fairly self-explanatory. It's, Mr. Sayed does in that voice note refer to pilot. He says, ask pilot. We'll show in due course that pilot is the code name they use. And you'll see on 6179, Mr. Sayed sends a document that's an annexure, OBL Carney Links Pty Limited. and that's at page 149 of the annexures bundle. Chair, you'll see that it's a letter from SAPRA to Carney Links. And it refers to an application for medical device license. There is a sort of a box in paragraph 1. It's not clear what that's meant to indicate, whether there was some sort of bookmark in the letter, we don't know. But what it shows
does
is
it
that...
not say they are licensed to manufacture? Isn't that the point?
That's what I'm getting to, is that what he's trying to say here is that I've done my part now, and he says so a little bit further in the chat, because he sends the next letter, which is on page 151, also from SAPRA. And he says, that's the acknowledgement letter, I've done my part now, waiting for their processes. So what he's saying is the requisite licensing and compliance processes are being followed by him, and that Khan should continue to assist him with the contract. So that's on the 21st of July.
You move on, just, even if it may appear to be obvious, just to be clear. The voice note says distribution will be through Carney Links. I think that's what I think I heard. And we've got this SAFRA letter which talks about a license. But just to be clear, the CSD number that seems to have been used is the BW CSD number, not Carney Links.
The CSD number on...
That we referred to earlier.
That was
and it's a different company.
It's a
you
different
say it's a
company.
completely different company.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So 5 days later, page 6210. What we'll see here is a screenshot that General Khan sends to Mr. Sayed. There are two documents. The first is the number of masks to be ordered per province. So it's sort of, in a like transversal contract, there will be a procurement across departments, across provinces. This is the numbers of disposable face masks. It's cut off a little bit, but on the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see it says disposable face mask. And so what it is a picture of a screen detailing the number of masks required by different sections of the SAPS. And immediately below that is an extract from Treasury Instruction number 11 of 2020/2021, and it's a Treasury instruction on COVID procurement. It's on the same page, 6210. It's immediately below the screen. They're all screenshots of this information. So immediately below the disposable face mask numbers. Now, the Treasury instruction is not internal information. That is public information. It's a rule. It's It's a regulation that is available to anyone, and particularly to companies who wish to bid for under this contract number. But the screenshot above it would not have been information that was publicly available. That's internal SAPS information that would benefit a bidder.
Is that correct, though? The bottom, it's addressed internally. Maybe you need to clarify the part where you say it's an external document, because if you look at the bottom, that cutoff, it's to all, and it indicates who it's addressed to. If you go to 6211, it continues. So it is it's addressed to internal people, if we are speaking about the same document.
I'm talking about the screenshot before the Treasury instruction. So it doesn't have anything about to whom it's addressed.
Yes. So the one at the top, which has a breakdown
Yes.
of who needs what.
Yes.
You say that's an internal document.
That appears to be an internal document.
Okay. And then what do you say about the bottom one?
The bottom one is a public document. It's a Treasury instruction. And it's addressed to all departments, but it's not something that would be private or internal. It's something that's available publicly.
And you can even Google it. I mean, you
You'd
can
probably
find it on
Google.
Google or on
Yes.
the Treasury's website.
Yes. What I was clarifying is by that explanation, you are not saying that it is addressed to the public, because on the face of it, it is addressed to internal people.
That is true.
Yes.
That is true. I can't see the entire list of entities to whom it's addressed. But it's not a document that is sent to
the public,
to the media,
Yes.
or that kind. So this is 26 July 2021. What we then begin to see...
And what do you wish to highlight about this document, this second document, for our purposes?
All I'm highlighting is that, well, firstly, I think the first document I've explained. The second series of screenshots is General Khan providing information that's relevant for this tender. It's not clear to me that this is internal private SAPS information, but it is intended to assist Mr. Sayed in the process of securing the tender.
Thank you.
What we then see, Commissioners, from page 6230, and that's on 2nd August 2021, and we'll go through several of these. But what we see is a series of communications now where Mr. Sayed is pressing General Khan to move quickly with the contract. It is sort of the COVID season. So on the 2nd of August 2021, at 9:28 a.m., Mr. Sayed says, "Salams, bro, please tie up the pilot and Gen 1. We need the order for the," and it cuts off there. And the response is, "Oh, wassalam, bro, okay. And then see you later," etc. Now, that first message, "Please tie up the pilot and Gen 1, I've said to the commissioners, I'll show that pilot is Molefe Fani. I can't say exactly who Gen 1 is, and whether that's code or whatever it is. It's some other person, but I haven't established the identity yet of that person. 3rd of August, 6243. At 7:28 a.m., Mr. Sayed says, "Salams, bro, how did you sleep? Please follow up with Gen 1 and the pilot." General Khan responds, "I followed up with Gen 1 last night. He is going to chase pilot today." Mr. Sayed says, okay, Brew. If you look a little bit further down on the next page, 6244, so it's still on the 3rd of August, but it's now a couple of hours later. He says, I need the PPE orders, please, Brew. And on 6245, again, he says, still on the 3rd of August, please push General 1 and pilot. It's followed by a business card, but I'm not sure there's much more for us to say on the business card. I don't want to suggest that that person is, in fact, I'm pretty sure that person is not General 1, the business card. It's a business card that's sent to Mr. Sayed with the message, please send to Mikey. If we look at the 4th of August, 6246. At 4:59 a.m., Mr. Sayed says, Salams Brew, it's Wednesday already. Please push Gen 1 and pilot to finalize PPE story. These guys are too slow. General Khan replies at 5:59 a.m., I will call pilot. At 6247, it's part of the same series of chats, also on the 4th of August. At 7:01 a.m., Mr. Sayed says, we need to get an order in this week while the need for PPE is still in season. And General Khan says, I agree. Mr. Sayed responds, Brew, I need email address of pilot. And General Khan then sends him the email address of pilot. And you'll see that the email address that's reflected on the message is Molefe Fani, F-A-N-I, at treasury.gov.za. So this is the point in time, as I said, when Mr. Fani at that point was employed in Treasury before he moved over to the SAPS.
You said in Treasury he was responsible for? What was his position at the time?
For procurement.
He was in procurement.
He was in supply chain management.
Thank you.
Chair and Commissioners, if you go to 6265, in the same sort of stream of applying pressure to get it done, Mr. Sayed says at 3:39 on the 4th of August, please push Gen 1 and P, Brew, K. General Khan responds, pilot is back tomorrow, I am going to see him. He says, he complains, it's another week gone by. He's getting quite despairing at this point. So it's another week gone by. General Khan says, I know. And then they go on to talk about a topic which I'm going to return to separately, which is General Khan's new house. At 6294, so we've seen that the email address was already provided for Molefe Fani, but now on the 10th of August at 7:35 a.m., General Khan sends the contact numbers, and there are 2 contact numbers that he sends, 2 business cards for Molefe Fani. The first is, looks like an official number because it says Fani Molefe Treasury. The second one says Pilot Fani Pilot. You're not displaying. Sorry, Chair. I was just checking to see whether we're flighting. The next reference is still on the 10th of August. It's at page 6299. The first message on 6299 refers to something else. But it's a second message. Pilot won't make it, Brew, but will handle it. And Khan says, okay, thanks, Brew. So there's been communication now, after having sent the contact details, there's communication directly. So he's no longer going through General Khan. He says, let me just speak to this guy straight. And so there's obviously been communication between him and Pilot, and he's gotten back to General Khan to say, we've spoken. Still on the 10th of August, on page 6302, at the bottom of the page, Mr. Sayed says, any news from Gen 1 on the masks? And General Khan responds, he's back tomorrow. Mr. Sayed says, okay, let's keep the pressure on him, please, Brew. General Khan says, okay, Brew, and then says, we had supper by Tariq. And he asks for pics, and there are pictures that I sent. So there's 2 conversations that are taking place between General Khan and people inside the government. One is with procurement, with Molefe Fani in Treasury. The other appears to be with somebody who is in the SAPS and who's responsible for this. So each time Mr. Sayed communicates with him, with General Khan, he either refers to a conversation with Pilot or with General 1, who is the SAPS person. So we see on page 6304, again on the 11th of August, 12:14 p.m., Mr. Sayed says, please follow up with General 1, need the orders. And then on the 16th of August, if I can just find the page 6316. Can I reflect this? Chair, if you bear with me for one moment. It's 6316 at 9:38 a.m. Mr. Sayed sends to General Khan a notice. You'll see it's an attachment. It says cloth and surgical masks, national letter, 13 August 2021, signed by DivCom. And I'm not sure whether it's in the annexure bundle, Chair, so that's why we're just flighting it. This is the national letter that is being referred to. It's signed at the bottom by Divisional Commissioner for Supply Chain Management, RIT, by Lieutenant General RIT. And Mr. Sayed says, what does this mean? And then General Khan breaks it down for him and he says, well, now we can order the masks using the RT contract. What the letter talks about is, well, you can see the heading. It's a protocol for containment of COVID, and it says that this is approval for all SAPS employees to use both masks when wearing uniforms. So again, it's about what the SAPS will be procuring. That is one more message, and that's, well, no, let me end on this one. We don't know at this point what became of the contract, because it's not reflected on the chats whether this contract was ever concluded and whether Carney Links in fact secured this tender and when that would have happened. This is as far as it goes on the PPE tender. There is one more message that's just, I'll just go there just because it's linked to this, and it was on 30 June 2021. And it is a screen on 30 June, Mr. Valley sends a screenshot to General Khan of a series of tenders that are also PPE tenders. And he says, bro, dispensers we can do. So at the same time, we see at the same time as there's a facilitation of a tender with Mr. Sayed, on 30 June 2021, there's a conversation happening in parallel with Mr. Valley, Mr. Ismail Valley, for an attempt to secure and to get assistance to facilitate access to a tender for dispensers. He says, we can do dispensers. And he sends a screenshot of these tenders. I'll come back to that because it's a subject of a separate chat. The relevance now is that it's this PPE contracts that are sort of the order of the day at this point in time in 2021. So what commissioners we see from
Sorry, Ms. Hassim. Valley, is he an employee of SAPS, of Treasury? Who is Valley in the scheme?
I'm going to take some time to explain that, but he is a businessman.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you about the letter that you referred us to, the SAPS letter that said there won't be any further emergency procurement, but instead the procurement of the surgical masks will be sourced through the National Treasury contract, which was that letter that you referred us to, and then reading it with 6317, where Mr. Sayed says, but we are not on that contract, so that may be a problem for us. And
Yes.
then the response from General Khan.
Yes.
It seems to me that that's where the whole thing ends, because they realize that they are not part of this contract, so the only way to get in is that somebody who is part of this contract, they must then, I don't know what to make of it.
Yeah, well, so Commissioner Khumalo, we don't know how it ends. We know that it's now been moved from an emergency procurement process to the RT process. And then Mr. Sayed says, well, what are we meant to do with that? General Khan says, that's why Madlanga was supposed to arrange for us to link up with someone who is in the RT. And then Mr. Sayed says, okay. And it continues off onto a different topic from there on. Now, whether they then linked up with someone who has access to that contract, we just don't know. But what's clear is that whatever process Mr. Sayed thought they were going to be able to follow wasn't going to work out. So they were looking for an alternative means. So, Commissioners, this set of chats on this particular tender on PPE shows several things. It shows that Mr. Sayed, a private businessman, Carney Links director, wanted access to these SAPS masks orders, at the very least, but as we know, he sent samples of more than masks. General Khan responded to all of his messages, acting as a facilitator. And on the face of it, he is facilitating. He's not responding as a senior police officer who's distancing himself from the improper approach that is being made to him to facilitate access to the contract. He also refers to other individuals within government who may provide assistance in securing this access and to other procurement vehicles.
And then that letter, Advocate Hassim, is it an internal SAPS letter that he shared with Mr. Syed?
The one on the cloth masks and
Yes.
surgical. Can I have a look one more time? That letter, as I said, was by the Divisional Commissioner, Lieutenant General Ritt. He was SCM Divisional Commissioner, Supply Chain Management. It's addressed to. It's
To
addressed
sections
internally
within
to
SAPS.
the national, all sections within SAPS only.
So it's not for public.
It is not sent to the public, no. It's an internal communication. So, Chair, just to wrap up then on what I was saying, emerges from this set of chats, in addition to what I've already laid out, is that there's, this constant pressure that's then applied by Mr. Sayed. It's not isolated, it's sort of ongoing need to secure the orders, that General Khan provides procurement-related information and the contact details and internal SAPS information. And the point is here that what it looks like is that General Khan allowed himself, if I can put it at the lowest bar, to be used for access to the SAPS and Treasury procurement channels for a private businessman. And it certainly appears from these chats that there was no attempt to enforce the law, either in relation to Mr. Sayed, who was making the approach to him, or in relation to the officials who seem to be in on the deal. And that, Chair, is where I conclude on this set of this batch of communications related to the PPE tender.
When you say it seems from these chats that there was no attempt to enforce the law, what do you mean? What law are we talking about, and what are you saying could or should have been done, which was not done by General Khan when he's approached in this way?
What I would think the first thing would be is not to facilitate the process, not to assist. Now, as I said when I prefaced the discussion of the tenders, General Khan may have an explanation as to why he did it, why he continued to facilitate it. We don't know what that is. But he didn't stop this process. He didn't say to Mr. Sayed, that's not the way we operate. He didn't report Mr. Sayed, for all we can see. And there's no evidence, again, from the chats themselves that any action was taken against officials or any reporting of the officials took place. What we do know is General Fani was only suspended, I think, recently, a couple of weeks ago. So he remained, and this is 2021. So he remained in his position up until fairly recently. If there had been some law enforcement or some action taken by General Khan, perhaps something would have happened sooner. Again, General Khan might have an explanation for this.
In another stream of evidence that dealt with procurement matters, we've had an explanation from a witness who's an employee in a state entity that in the normal course they get inquiries from members of the public, and because they're a good civil servant, they tend to help members of the public and refer to, so there was nothing sinister in the engagements with members of the public on procurement matters. It may be it's too early in your process for me to ask this question of you, and you can say to me you'll deal with it later if you were going to. With the investigation and the set of documents that, especially the WhatsApp messages that you've had access to, are you able to offer any view about the nature of the relationship between Mr. Syed and General Khan that may well explain this exchange, as he's a member of the public possibly requesting information from a public official? Are you able to offer a view about the nature of the relationship between the two?
So, Commissioner Baloy, we are only going to particular parts, but we've read the entire set of chats. And so it's clear that they have a very close personal relationship. This is not some member of the public who happens to call up someone, perhaps they met you before and they know you and they call you up. This is someone he meets on a regular basis, he socializes with on a regular basis. And it's not the only instance in which he helps to facilitate. There are, and that's the next example that I will go to, which shows more direct involvement in the process.
Thank you, Ms. Asim.
Advocate Asim, you confused me. You were dealing with an issue before this one where you said General Fani is still with SAPS, was only recently suspended. In the chats we were dealing with, that was in 2001. And was he then with Treasury and then at some point he moved to SAPS? Can you just clear up that confusion?
Yes, Commissioner Khumalo, it was 2021, these chats. And at this point in time, he was in Treasury, and we could see it from his email address. I've forgotten the exact date now, but I will provide it to you, the date when he was transferred from, in fact, it was a promotion, essentially, from Treasury into the SAPS. And I just don't remember the date. I think it might have been 2023, but I need to confirm that.
And then in your further engagement with Advocate Baloy, because I had a similar issue, is it fair to say you can put it no higher than to say, prima facie, this is what the chats appear to indicate, that he was facilitating on issues relating to procurement, including PPE and others, because I saw in one of the chats that there was a tender that was not related to PPEs, but he shared that there is this tender coming up, and he shared it with Mr. Syed. And there may or may not be impropriety, but that will be put to him if and when he does come and give evidence, and his version will then be presented at that stage.
Yes. I'm going to go to the next chat. So I was just wrapping up on the PPE tender to say, I don't know what happened with that particular one. And on the face of it, this is all it was. This is as far as it went. But we do need to see these engagements. And so it's linked to Commissioner Baloy's question is, what do we make of this? Is it just this one isolated incident? Is it an innocent approach to say, I happen to know you and you're there, can you tell me, give me more information that one would give anybody about access to a contract and the kind of, that's not what we're looking at here. We're looking at something much more, I use my words carefully, but problematic. And we'll see that in the next conversation that we're about to get to. And that one deals with an IT contract. Is that 2022? Commissioner Khumalo, the date at which Molefe Fani joined the SAPS was 1 August 2022. August 2022. And he was a divisional commissioner for supply chain management in the SAPS.
And I guess this may be relevant to one of the streams that we are dealing with, that, because you said it was a promotion, which means he was not promoted from within SAPS. But when he moved from Treasury to SAPS, he became a general.
That's indeed my point. So he was a senior officer in Treasury.
But not at SAPS, that's my point. So he didn't rise through the ranks.
He didn't rise through
within
ranks,
SAPS.
it was a transfer.
It was a transfer
Lateral
from
move.
Treasury, and then when he went to SAPS, he was given the rank of a general.
And he was put in charge of supply, he was a divisional
No,
commissioner.
I'm more interested in the rank.
Oh, the rank, yes.
Because it
Yes.
is relevant to the other stream we are dealing with.
Yes, so he was given the rank of Lieutenant General.
In fact, Chair put it to Mr. O'Sullivan when he was here, that it often happens that people are appointed by SAPS and they are given a higher rank, so they don't start from the very bottom when they join SAPS.
Yes.
So I was asking it in that context.
No, I understand, Commissioner Kumalo. It's also why I refer to it as a promotion, because it's such a senior position. That's why you acquire the rank of Lieutenant General. It's because of the seniority of the position that he's given. So anybody who would come from another institution or organization, whether it's within government or outside of government, but outside of SAPS, you would be placed at the level, you would be given the rank that is commensurate with your seniority in the SAPS, and that's what happened here. So he didn't come through the ranks in the SAPS at all.
But you may only call it a promotion if you are sure that it's not equivalent to the position he held in the National Treasury. But if the two are equivalent, it's not necessarily a promotion. It's just that he didn't start as a constable within SAPS.
That's correct. What I
Yes.
will confirm was whether he was in a similarly senior position in procurement in Treasury. Or not.
Do you think we need get there? I don't think so.
Well,
Not-
no, Chair,
not
it really
in-
is to explain why
Yes,
I
yes.
considered it yes, he was a chief procurement officer in
Yeah.
Treasury and a director. And then he moved to SAPS. In SAPS, he was divisional commissioner of supply chain management. That was where he was appointed. And therefore, because of the seniority of that position, he was awarded, or I don't know how one gets these ranks, granted the rank of Lieutenant General.
Yes, yes. No, thank you. I think that's enough for our purposes, yeah. Thanks. Sorry. Mr. Valley, just in case by 12:30 we are deeply engrossed in whatever it is we'll be doing at that time, please indicate that we should adjourn.
I will alert you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
For the sensitivity.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Hasim. Please restart.
The next contract concerns the relationship between General Khan and Mr. Sayed in relation to an IT contract between the National Treasury and a company called Siberia. And for that, we begin in June 2021. And what we will see is, again, the involvement of General Khan through General Fani. Now we know he's General Fani at this point in time. He becomes General Fani along the way. The involvement of both of them in this contract. If we could begin at 12 June 2021, which is at page 5974. At the top of 5974, Mr. Said says, did Fani confirm a time to collect the docs yet? General Khan says, I haven't heard from him yet. Mr. Sayed responds, we seemingly good to go. Obviously, I have not yet negotiated anything or spoken to Fuad. Farid has reverted with the docs and Fuad willing to fly in next week. And then he shares a document that's titled National Treasury and Siberia Master Contract. The attachment on that page is in your annexures bundle, and it's at page 41. So you'll see that that's a copy of a master contract, an agreement between National Treasury. It's signed by the Office of the Accountant General, and it's with Siberia, and Siberia is represented, you'll see on page 41, is represented by the Managing Director, Mr. F. Udemans, who, if you look at page 45, at the table under paragraph 1.6, you'll see in the row Siberia, Director, Fuad Udemans. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. That's the Fuad Udemans is the Director of Siberia. This is obviously a contract with Siberia to be the project manager for the rolling out of a rather complicated IT system, in fact. The second document that's attached on page 5974 is the Siberia letter to Accountant General. And that's at page 74 of your bundle. And it's dated 26 January 2021, and it's addressed to the Accountant General. It's in relation to the implementation of the master contract, and it's signed by Dr. F. Udemans at the bottom. You'll see that on page 75. So these are the documents that Mr. Sayed shares with General Khan. And after he sends his documents, he says, Josie sent me. So it seems that he's forwarding these documents from the person named Josie. That's 12 June 2021. On 15 June 2021, page 5989, enters Fani again. And General Khan says, Salams, bro, we're going to meet Fani at 4. And if you scroll down to page 5990, it straddles the two pages. On the same day at 11:41 a.m., Mr. Sayed says, well, first he said at home, and then he says, must I ask Josie to join? And General Khan says, yes, at home. And then he asks to speak to Mr. Sayed. On the 23rd of June, they set up a meeting. And if we start at page 6020, You'll see at 2:13 p.m., Mr. Sayed says, "What time you coming?" General Khan responds, "Still busy," and gives his location. Scrolling down to 6021, Mr. Sayed says, "Okay, Brew, pilot still sitting in the car. I need you here." The next reference is on 30 June 2021, 6072. And at the bottom of that page, and commissioners, you'll see there's a lot of other stuff that are in these chats that I'm not dealing with, and I'm deliberately not commenting on it. 30 June 2021, Mr. Sayed says, "Salam Brew met with Fuad. This is big. You will please make sure pilot comes, otherwise meeting fruitless without him." And that was at 4:30 a.m. At 4:37 a.m., General Khan responds, "Okay," and picture of the breakfast that he's eating. The next interaction on this contract is 13 July 2021, and that's at page 6126. It starts on 6125. Again, it straddles 2 pages. It's at the bottom of 6125. You'll see it's 13 July 2021. It's at 11:50 a.m. General Khan says, "DG just called an urgent meeting now at 2 at the office to procure and find programs for disaster recovery related to this unrest. I'm driving through to Pretoria. Can we meet tomorrow, anytime after 2? And then the next message says, "From pilot." So what's happening here is that he's forwarding to General Khan is forwarding to Mr. Sayed a message he gets from pilot, who's explaining that he's busy and what he's busy with. And he's proposing that they have the meeting tomorrow, rather, at any time after 2. He forwards this, he says it's from pilot, and Mr. Sayed says, "Okay." And then still on 13 July 2021, at 6127, in the middle of the page, sorry, it's not 13 July, it's actually 14 July. At 8:55 a.m., Mr. Sayed sends General Khan a name. And the name is Bobby Marke. And he says to General Khan, "Ask the pilot if he is a friendly force or should I grab him?" Fuad's matter, he is strategic, suggesting that he was, the way I read this is that Bobby Marke was strategic in Fuad's matter. And he is now asking for advice from pilot, who we know is Fani, about whether he's a friendly force or whether he should be grabbed.
Have we sought to find out who is Bobby Marke insofar as he may be a person from a government person?
Yes, he is a treasury official. At the time, yes. This was in 2021, and at that point in time, Mr. Marke was a treasury official. And then the next engagement on it is at page 6206. Where Mr. Sayed at the top of the page says, what time is the pilot seeing the guys from MTN? 6206. So it'll become apparent why MTN, I mean, this is, again, just to remind you, related to this master contract and the implementation of the contract, or particular aspect of the contract. And it is an IT, it's not just IT related, it is also about procuring handsets and data bundles and the like. So here Mr. Sayed says, what time is pilot seeing the guys from MTN? General Khan says, I'm going to ask him, and Mr. Sayed says, okay. That's 26 July 2021. On the same day, at 6207, Mr. Sayed says, please confirm, Brew, I'm sitting with Josie. And General Khan says, I am waiting for him to respond. And it seems that the him there is pilot, Fani. Mr. Sayed responds, okay, and then sends him a list of names. I'm not going to read those names, but I believe one of them, and that would be number 4, to be Josie. General Khan then just says the following, and this is, as we'll see from the context, a forwarded message. He says, just met them. SMARDA can carry on and meet them tomorrow. Mr. Sayed says, excellent, Brew. And then he says, them means more than one person. Will be good to know who else he met. I will ask him. So the way, sorry, Commissioner Baloy, I think you have a question.
I don't know if you can answer this. I was just pointing out that at 6207, right at the top, there's a request for names of people for the water wells. And then you've got that list of names. I don't know if you can clarify anything.
And no, I'm afraid I can't assist Commissioner Baloy. The reason I didn't go there was because I don't know enough about it to be able to give you a credible interpretation of it.
I guess what I have in my mind is that list could be a reference to the names of people for the water wells or the SMARDA people for a different transaction. It doesn't say on this page. I guess I'm just being cautious about it.
At least number 4 is involved in the SMARDA arrangement. You know, the SMARDA entity.
That's sufficient for me.
But I'm not sure exactly what the meaning of the other names are, whether they are partners or whether it's related to something else. And so in the absence of more information, I just wouldn't say too much more about that. But what we see is that what General Khan forwards to him is a message saying that he's just met them. And in the context, in the context of speaking to Pilot, it appears that Pilot has now met with the relevant people in MTN. And he says, this is facilitating SMARDA's access to MTN, saying, I just met them, SMARDA can carry on and meet them tomorrow. He responds to say, them means more than one person, will be good to know who else he met. I will ask him. And then and then it continues from there, and this is important. Because he then says, any news, and then he says something about the contract. What he then does, because we get to the contract a little later, and the relevance of this becomes clear with reference to the contract. Apologies, Chair, it's 12:30.
But you want to finish off the point we're making?
It's actually a good point to break, Chair.
Or to break at this point? Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
on the 26th of June.
Good afternoon. It is 13:59. We are ready to resume. Please make sure your devices are off. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Asim.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we were dealing with the Siberia contract, and we were on 26 July 2021, where General Khan reported to Mr. Sayed that General Fani had said that he'd met with them and that SMADA, what seems to be the corporate vehicle of General Khan and Mr. Sayed for this Siberia contract, would meet MTN the following day. Still on the 26th of July,
Are we still at 6208 or are we going elsewhere?
we're still at 6208. So the conversation concluded by Mr. Sayed saying, you know, who else did he meet with? Who else was included in the them? And General Khan says he will ask them. And then what happens next is, on the same day, same page, Mr. Sayed says, for your information, told them to exclude 335, 34, and 35. Now, these are references to a draft memorandum of understanding between SMARTA and Siberia, which I'm going to turn to in a moment. But before I get there, he continues by saying we have to conclude as pilot can easily resolve, then we're good if he signs. And the next message, so we get 92.4 odd, 280, 30%. And the next message, how are we splitting on our side? And then he says, yes, maaf, meaning sorry, 33.3, suggesting that it is a one-third split, so there are three payments, so out of the 280. So this is the seeming arrangement for this MOU and how the SMARTA beneficiaries will split the proceeds. But what do these clauses refer to? If you scroll down onto page 6209, Mr. Sayed shares the draft MOU with General Khan. And Commissioners, that is in the annexure bundle at page 85. So you'll see it's in a draft form. So there's some details that still need to be included, including such as who's going to sign it. Then paragraph 1 deals with the status of the agreement, etc. The key clause is in paragraph 3, which captures the agreement between SMARTA and Siberia. And you'll see from this MOU, and particularly from these clauses, that this really is a thinly veiled kickback agreement for facilitating this process and the access to the contract with Treasury. So clause 3 is 3.1 begins that Siberia was awarded a contract. 3.2, and this is the critical provisions now. SMARTA has forged close business relationships at the highest levels with the government of the Republic of South Africa, as well as in the private sector, and SMARTA agree to facilitate introductions, meetings, and/or presentations at the highest level of the government of the Republic of South Africa, as well as SMARTA's business associates in the private sector, to ensure full implementation of the rules engine. Then if you look at 3.3.2, it says more specifically the parties agree as follows. 3.3.2, SMARTA shall secure the necessary strategic partnerships subject to the final approval of Siberia. 3.3.3, SMARTA shall ensure that Siberia continue to provide the services in the territory and to the employers introduced. 334, SMARDA shall secure signature of the relevant service agreements where required in order to secure full implementation of the rules engine, as well as to provide active ongoing relationship management with any government department and or municipality and or parastatal and or other private sector employer where the rules engine is operational. And then finally, 3.4, which deals with the fee. And 3.4 says, SMARDA shall be entitled to the fee in respect of any specific payroll introduced and secured by SMARDA, which has achieved full implementation, it being recorded that the fee shall incorporate the interests of any and all strategic partners as contemplated in 332, as well as any replacements of such strategic local partners. Now, what Mr. Sayed is concerned with. Oh, I beg your pardon, Chair. I skipped over an important provision, and that's 335.
335.
Yes.
I was wondering.
Yes, it's with reference to, what it says is with reference to the activation of the rules engine in terms of the master contract, specifically as it relates to the rules engine being fully implemented in respect of central government, it is understood that the fee payable to SMARDA in terms of this MOU shall be shared with such parties who assisted in achieving full implementation insofar as applicable. So you'll see Mr. Sayed at 5 p.m. Sends a message that says the two comments I have. One, the Treasury recovery not included, need to agree on percentage. Are we accepting the 1/3? Two, it is clear from the agreement, 335, 3.4, and 3.5, that we will share our fee with other parties who assisted achieving full implementation. And so these are, and then he goes on to say the agreement now makes provision for NewCo, etc. But what they're concerned with is the provisions that it makes SMARDA responsible for using their fee to pay such parties who assisted in the securing of the deal. So when you read 3.5, 3.4 together, that seems to be their concern. So he sends a draft agreement. He says, not so happy with this and how the fee, basically, how is this fee going to be split? He's proposing it must be 1/3. It mustn't be shared with other, they shouldn't have to, from their fees, then pay other parties who assisted. And it seems estimated value of the contract would be 280 something. 1,000 million. What isn't apparent is who the other party is here, whether it's General Fani who's the third or not. But it's pretty obvious that this is a split that's going to be 3 ways between 3 parties.
Who are the other two? We don't know the
Well,
third one, but who are the other two?
We believe the other two are General Khan and Mr. Sayed. Hence the discussion between the two of them of the split. How are we going to split it? If it wasn't General Khan, why would he be discussing how the split would work?
So your answer, does it mean that's what you will be proposing to the commissioners, to find that the other
that's
two
what
is Mr. Said and General Khan?
On the face of the chats, Commissioner Baloy. Now, remember, it's MTN that they're trying to get as part of the deal here, introduced to Siberia. And if you look at page 6320,
There's just something that troubles me on 6209. Is Mr. Syed asking himself questions and then answering himself? Because those chats don't make sense to me. If you look at the second one, how are we splitting on our side? And then an answer follows, and then there's exactly. So he can be communicating with himself, surely.
Yes, it seems that it's a forwarded message.
They are forwarded.
Yes, and we could try to go through to other forms of the data that we have to see whether this was forwarded. But it seems
it does seem like it's communication involving a third party.
A third party.
Yeah.
We don't know who the third party is. But he proposes 30%, and then he corrects himself and says 33.3%, etc. And then comes a contract and sharing the concerns about the terms of the contract. And then at 6320, Mr. Sayed shares with General Khan an email from MTN that records that SMADA has been registered as an MTN supplier. And you'll see at the bottom of that page, General Khan responds saying, "Excellent, bro." And then at 6331, at the bottom of the page, well, let me just say this before we get to the screenshots. There are two texts from General Khan to Mr. Sayed above it. I dropped off the docs with the DM now at his house. We don't, and then it says, fuck him. We don't know what docs. I haven't been able to establish clearly enough what docs were dropped off with the DM. At the bottom of the page, we see a series of screenshots sent from General Khan to Mr. Sayed. What this is a copy of the internal SAPS tender decision that recommends MTN as a bulk service provider for SMSs. And Chair, there's quite a few screenshots in the series here, but the recommendation itself is on 6343. So, because it describes, describes the four bidders, etc., and how it's a whole sort of background. You don't have 6343?
Yeah, there are pages missing. 6331, and after that, 6344.
One thing we could do, Chair, see if
Perhaps, we'll look at our screens. Let's look at our screens, and this can be.
The alternative is to look at the answering affidavit file.
Okay.
And specifically Annexure TN13, if that's any easier. Page 2, so it's TN13, it's page 285 and 286. So, Chair, you've got it. So you'll see at the last sentence basically is the most important. MTN is that's the preferred provider for the provision of the bulk SMS system. It's signed and dated 23 August 2021.
Let's give a page reference for the transcript. You didn't mention this page that we are on. It's page 679 of file 2 of 2, answering affidavit, answering papers.
It's page 285.
Yeah, I'm looking at the same document that is on the screen.
Yes.
We have it on 679 as TN 13.
That's the correct
Yes,
page,
that's the
but
same
you've got
document.
a different page number.
Oh.
It's TN 13, it's page 285, 286, and then on the WhatsApp chats itself, it's page 6343.
Let's use your numbering. It may be that it appears several times, but Chair and I have TN 13 as page 679.
Okay. My apologies for that, Commissioners.
And it is the document that...
I think it has different case line numbering as well. So your 285 in red is the same as case lines on
Correct.
my copy.
Same.
They have different case line
I
numbering.
see. Oh, I see. That might be the problem. Chair, why don't I do this? On the WhatsApp chats, it's page 6343. And it's for ease of reading it, I referred you to this bundle, but we can go with 6343 because that's the same on all of our versions. The point here is that 2 days after this is signed, it's forwarded by General Khan to Mr. Sayed. And at the end of the series of screenshots, he sends, please send to Josie and Pilot. And Mr. Sayed then says, can I form a group for us, Brew? And he says, yes.
And this document is an internal SAPS document, clearly on its face.
Yes.
Thank you.
This wouldn't have been shared with certainly even if it were to be shared with the successful bidder, it wouldn't have been shared with some other corporate entity. For what reason?
And one quick observation, the document had not done the rounds so that all the people who are supposed to sign and recommend.
Get signed it.
So it was still at proposal stage, it would appear, at the recommendation stage. And various people still needed to sign and say whether they support the recommendation or not.
Indeed so, Commissioner Kamala. And it's not a PDF that's sent in one file. It's General Khan taking pictures page by page of the document with his phone and then sending the screenshots. And then again, he says, please send to Josie and Pilot. And Mr. Sayed says, can I form a group for us? And he says, yes. And then Mr. Sayed says, okay, Brew. And that, Commissioners, is where the communication on this particular contract comes to an end. So what we see emerging from these messages is that General Khan participated in this private commercial effort concerning Siberia's master agreement with National Treasury. that Fani, or Pilot, as we know the reference to Pilot, appears repeatedly again in this tender as an intermediary whose involvement is necessary for the successful conclusion of this exercise. We see that General Khan facilitated or arranged meetings between Pilot and other members, including Mr. Sayed, and it seems this person who's the other partner in this venture, Josie, that General Khan seems to have transmitted, not seems to have, I mean, we can see from the documents here that he has transmitted information from General Fani and himself about internal SAPS communication. He sought CSD information that we saw earlier. And in fact, Commissioner Kumalo, that CSD information that was requested on Branded World seemed to be linked, it's either an entirely separate enterprise or it's linked to this, this enterprise on the Siberia contract. It's not clear which. But we see that General Khan asks for that kind of information and it's provided to him, which means he's helping to connect these parties to the procurement channels. We see the financial arrangement in which percentages and splits are discussed, and then the internal recommendation that is shared with Mr. Sayed. So those are the features of this set of chats. What happened after this, we were not aware.
At the time of these chats, General Fani is now at the SAPS.
No.
This is in 2021.
No, he's not yet at the SAPS because he only joined the SAPS on the 1st of August 2022.
Okay. He's still Treasury at this point.
He's still Treasury at this point.
This contract we are dealing with, it's subsidiary to the master agreement from 2001. How do we link the two? The one that we are referring to and the earlier one in 2001.
So the 2001 one was the master agreement.
The master one, yeah.
And then there seem to have been several discussions between National Treasury and Siberia, but this is a massive project. And the rules engine was a complicated system of rolling out a logistics program for payroll deductions, etc., which extended over many, many years. So the master agreement is just shared with General Khan because it says this is the party that we want to look to do business with, Siberia, because they have an entryway into National Treasury for this massive system. Yeah. We can play some part in that, in its ongoing implementation of the rules engine, and the part we can play is by facilitating access and putting MTN in contact with Siberia for bulk service provision of SMSs.
And General Fani gets involved because the counterparty in the master agreement is National Treasury.
That's right, because this is an agreement that is signed between the Office of the Accountant General and Siberia, and the main overseer of this whole process is National Treasury. So that's the second set of conversations that I wanted to cover that deal with tenders. But before I leave Mr. Sayed, he was not content with just these endeavors of securing contracts with the state. So there are one or two other areas in the chats where he asks for information. One such request No, I seem to have the wrong bookmark. I'll have to come back to the one request that I was looking for. But the second one is in relation to helicopters. So, Chair and Commissioners, if you look at page 6606, you'll see that on 13 April 2022, Mr. Sayed forwards to General Khan a series of pictures of helicopters. But before you look at all of them, you'll see 6606. So the second last message, the text where it says, he forwards a message from someone. It says, "Hi Mo, Ramadan Mubarak. Trust you have had a blessed time. Did you know SA police are selling their helicopters? I'm sure you know the right guys to talk to. If you could get them at the right price, we could sell them." And then he forwards the pictures of the helicopters. And on page 6613, after the pictures of the helicopters, the message from General Khan is, "Salams bro, I will ask General Ritt." So we know now that General Ritt is the DivCom. He's in the procurement. This was before General Fani was in the SAPS, and General Ritt. We looked at it a little bit earlier. If we could just get the page reference. In fact, if we look at that faulty TN13, on page 286, at least on mine and Commissioner Beloy's version, you'll see that in 2021, Lieutenant General Ritt was the Divisional Commissioner for Supply Chain Management. This is a position that General Fani then. That's fine. And then, again, still not enough. There's another approach on 14th June, and if the commissioners were to look at page 5982, on 14 June 2021, Mr. Sayed sends General Khan a message with saying the following: 1, nationwide network revitalization and optimization project. 2, deployment on cybersecurity solutions in 9 provinces. This is the one we are responding to now, and he gives the reference number. He follows that with the next message which says, "We'll chat tonight." And the next message, "We can partner with you on these 2 with collaboration with my current stakeholders, Budget is over 700 million on both. Thanks. Next message from Josie. So these are a set of messages that are forwarded from Josie. Mr. Sayed sends it on to General Khan, who responds, okay. And the reason, Commissioners, that I'm not going anywhere else in the chats further on these is because we don't really know what became of it. So what I'm trying to show here is that there are a couple of very detailed conversations with regard to some contracts, but it doesn't end there. There's a series of attempts and forwarded messages saying there's this opportunity here, there's that opportunity there. That's what it looks like to me, and that's what I'm presenting to the commissioners from these little there's the helicopters and then there's the cyber security.
Isn't the further point perhaps that they seem to suggest or indicate General Khan's willingness to assist using his position in the SAPS? For example, the one where he said, I'll speak to J. Reed or somebody. So he has access to people within SAPS that he's able to approach on behalf of a private entity or individual.
That's the point. That is the point, Commissioner Baloyi.
And perhaps it's stronger than just assisting. He's in for himself as well, or he's in it for himself as well. I'm talking generally now, even about the other attempts in relation to other contracts.
That's correct, Chair. I mean, that's certainly how it appears. And specifically on those where there's a detailed interaction. And it's not a question of just, I'll make an introduction and I leave it at that. And I'm not engaging any further. It's continuous meetings. It's continuous back and forth with, every time there's a message from Mr. Sayed, please can you ask, follow up with pilot, follow up with Gen 1, please can we set a meeting? General Khan facilitates and says he's going to do so. And, responds to say, yes, I meeting set for 2 p.m., that kind of thing. So it's not a simple, I'll make an introduction and then it's up to you to do the rest.
I mean, on the issue of helicopters, he says, get them at a good price, we will sell them.
Well, I don't know who the we is, but it seems to be...
We is not you or they, it's we.
It's we. So, and just one more. If I can just go here, again, it's just one message alone. It's page 5990. And at the bottom of that page, Mr. Sayed sends General Khan details of an IPID tender, bid number 02-2021/22, with a closing date of 2nd July 2021. So this is sent on 15 June 2021. The details of an IPID tender that has a closing date of 2 July 2021 for 66 guards. And just to close off on that security tender, on page 5994, on 17 June 2021, Mr. Sayed says, just heads up, Symantec is the current incumbent with the SAPS security tender. They are our biggest competitor right now. Thanks. Commissioners, just when I think I'm done with these, there's more. That's not all. If we go to page 5945, 5945, from the bottom of that page, there are a series of pictures and videos of warehouse premises. Can you play it, please? So, Commissioners, you'll see there's a series of pictures of warehouses, and then it's followed with a message which says, we can rent to Treasury, and then there's a video attachment.
You don't want us to see the pictures themselves because what we see here is scrambled.
I'm not sure why. It's becoming scrambled. It's scrambled on my end all of a sudden, too. Do you have a better version? Don't. There's one on 9:18.
But perhaps
We'll get-
let's, I wanted to say, let's continue.
But we'll get better copies.
Yes, we know you say it's warehouses, and the important thing is that at 5947, there's then the text, we can rent to Treasury, which I assume means we can lease to Treasury.
Yes.
Or rent
And there's
out,
video attachments as well.
Rent out to Treasury.
Okay. And then the next one. Is it the same? Okay, so it's the same video that's twice in these chats. It goes on then with General Khan saying, looking good. On 5948, Mr. Said says there's 2 warehouses, duplicate copy. General Khan says total square meters. He responds with the total warehouse square meterage of 1,600 plus office space and boardrooms. And then he says, can we meet you at 2, golf, and then on my way back home now. And the conversation goes on from there. And then finally, on page 5987, on 15 June 2021, Mr. Sayed says, Brew, when you are with the pilot, please ask him what's the RT number to fill in for the warehouse rental. I want to put Jet Park on the system. General Khan responds, please don't discuss with Ali. We are in the meeting now with the pilot and R. And then Mr. Sayed says, okay, Brew, Ali can't finish. And General Khan says he made a big fuck up with Bobby. I don't know whether this Bobby is the same as the other Bobby that was referred to earlier. I won't comment on it. That is the conclusion of the exchanges on the warehouses. So,
Are you able to tell from other available material who Ali is?
not yet, Chair.
All right.
So, Commissioners, I took you through some detail on this because it shows a pattern of conduct and a relationship between Mr. Sayed and General Khan that involves financial beneficiation. That's not the only aspects of the chats with Mr. Mo Sayed, but as I said when I started out, I wanted to start with the tenders first before going into other aspects of the themes such as abuse of authority, etc. So I will return to the Mo Sayed chats again in due course, but I don't want to move off the tender theme. And for that, I need to go to another chat because there's another tender. But before I do that, there was, at the outset, when I was addressing the Commission on Carney Links and the allegations against Carney Links for illicit cigarette trading, there was one reference that I omitted to bring to the Commission's attention. And if I could go there now. I just need a moment, Chair, please, to find. Can't find it now. Hmm. 6109. Commissioners, it's page 6109. So this was, actually it starts, Chair, 6107. On 7 July 2021, where Mr. Sayed forwards an article, a report, media statement in actual fact that was prepared by Mr. Yusuf Abramji for an organization, a non-profit called Tax Justice South Africa. And the content of the heading of this media statement is authorities to blame for tsunami of illegal tobacco flooding South Africa. And it reports as follows, and I'm not going to read all of it, just the relevant part. A shocking new report shows a tsunami of illegal tobacco is flooding South Africa as a result of authorities' failure to act on damning evidence of the world's biggest black market. And then it quotes, there's a quote from Mr. Yusuf Abramji, and he refers to on page 6108, he says illegal cigarettes are being sold for just 6 Rand per pack, a fraction of the minimum collectible tax of 21 Rand 60. And then he says brands belonging to Gold Leaf Tobacco Corporation are winning the illegal price war with the number of its South African brands purchased below the MCT. And then he names Carney Links as guilty of the same conduct. So Mr. Sayed forwards this, sends this to General Khan, and along with the message, Abramji going to get You know, my mother watches this commission, Chair.
No, you may just say F up, bro.
I'm tired of this language. It gets fucked up, brew. And General Khan responds.
Miss Hassim, we once got into problems out there when Mr. Chaskalsin vocalized the lyrics of a certain song.
Yes.
So
let's not repeat that.
Yeah.
General Khan responds, F him up, bro. He must stay in his lane. Now, you know, Chair, this was not the end, because there's another message after stay in his lane on 10 November 2021. Can you get me? Just get the page number. Page 6458. And you'll see at the bottom of 6458 running over to 6459.
We have a similar problem again.
Chair, can you look at it on the screen?
Yes, yes.
So what you'll see on the screen is a post by Mr. Abramji recording a survey that shows that 62% of Carney Link's brands retailed below the MCT. That's what he's posting about. And if you go below the chats, it's another post by the same organization, Tax Justice South Africa, and Mr. Mo Sayed says, this P is asking for it, bro. And General Khan's response is, we can sort it out easily. Now, the reason I'm actually drawing this to the Commission's attention is not just because it's linked to Carney Links and the subject matter we've been discussing and the allegations of illegal and criminal conduct by Carney Links, but because it's not the only incident in which there is this attitude and hostility towards other individuals, including journalists. So what we see here is seen elsewhere in the conversations of General Khan. And for that, Chair, could you, well, again, I think you probably need to look at it on the screen because it may not have been included in your bundle. It's page 3431. And it's a conversation with a person whose name I don't need to mention, but he seems to be another police officer from KwaZulu-Natal. And he shares with General Khan an article from the Daily Maverick. The headline of the article is SAPS PPE scandal, clash of top brass amid claims of massive corruption. And so what the article is alleging is that there are top cops who were tasked with investigating the then head of crime intelligence, Peter Jacobs, for tender fraud. The article is alleging that those top cops and themselves potentially guilty of tender fraud. So that's what the article is about. We don't need to open it and read it. Unless the commissioners wish to, that's just a summary of the article I've provided. So that's sent to General Khan. General Khan says the following in response: morning, this journalist is a good friend of Jacobs and Vieri. And the response from the counterpart is, good morning, General, it's clear, as all the articles are written by a single journalist. And the next message, counter needs to be activated on this journo.
You say who is the journalist that is being discussed? Is it still Mr. Abramji?
No, it's a different journalist. It's a journalist with the Daily Maverick, a Miss Marian Tam.
And then this communication, good morning, General, counter needs to be activated. And the earlier one, which says the Geno is friends with Jacobs, you say who's communicating there?
Who's communicating with General Khan?
No, I want to know, are you saying, who's communicating with General Khan? Is it the person whose name you don't want to mention?
Only because it would be unnecessary to mention the name. It's not really relevant to the reason that I'm bringing it to the Commission's attention. It's a person who is, I believe, a member of the SAPS.
Okay. Just so that we understand. So the first message, WhatsApp message, which says someone is a friend with Jacobs, who's writing there? Yes,
that's General Khan.
That's General Khan. Okay, and then the next one?
That's also General Khan, where he says, and Vieri.
Yes, okay.
So he sends it over 2 messages. Morning, this journalist is a good friend of Jacobs.
Yes.
And Vieri.
Yes.
And then the response from the
other
colleague
person
is, good morning, General, it's clear, as all the articles are written by a single journalist. Now, the article that I referred to, it was just one article. But obviously there are more articles on that theme. And the colleague with whom General Khan is speaking must have looked into it. And so said it's clear, as all the articles are written by a single journalist, counter needs to be activated on this journal.
I understand. Thank you.
Hasim, what are we going to do with all the pages that you've referred us to that are not in our files? Should the attorneys not make a note of all of them and then make copies for us to be inserted into our files?
I think that would be the best way to do it, Commissioner, because what you have is one massive bundle, as you're aware, and then what we've tried to fill it out for you. And when you are going through it in the weeks to come, you're going to want to go back to some of these pages. So we'll make a note, and the attorneys will supplement your bundle.
Thank you.
So I've referred to the page numbers now, so they should be easy to pull out. These, just for repetition's sake, is 3432 and 3433. Commissioners, it's not, it's an abuse of authority, these kind of communications that are taking place here. But that's a theme on its own, and we will get to that probably on Monday.
I know it lies with General Khan to explain the meaning, but do you have any idea what is meant by a counter having to be activated against the journalist?
I mean, it could mean counterintelligence, it could mean counterattack, it could mean, you know, I can't say for sure, Chair, but it is something that needs to be done.
Okay. In those circumstances, must we not know who that second communicator is there. This may potentially be quite serious, even if it's not something at this stage the Commission was not thinking of following up on.
So, Chair, the only reason it's redacted is for the public. It shouldn't be redacted on your version. But because you don't have a version, all you can see is what's being flighted, I think.
So in other words, when the missing pages are added to our files,
it will not be
name
redacted.
will be there, and we will be able to see it.
Yes.
I'm trying to wrap my mind around why the public should not even know that.
So, Chair, my approach to this was one of extreme caution.
Okay, we still have Monday. Perhaps let's.
I'll give it more thought, and
Yes,
if
yes.
I feel it's something that should just be said publicly,
All right,
then we
all
could do. I didn't want to be, as I said, too reckless with the way in which we deal with these conversations.
Let's leave it for now.
We'll leave it for now, Chair, but I certainly the commissioners will know who the person is when we supplement the bundle, and I'll think about it over the weekend.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's continue then.
Thank you. Okay.
In fact, whilst you think about it over the weekend, I must say, as presently advised, my inclination is for the name to be divulged, especially if what this means is taking improper action against the journalist concerned. Why should the public not know about that? But I still leave it to you to mull over the weekend.
I take your advice, Chair. And
Thank you.
I'll make note of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So, Chair, the next tender topic, the next tender is located in a different chat, and it is a collection of chats between General Khan and one Mr. Ismail Valley, who is a businessman and who owns a motor super vehicles store known as 357. And it is, I mean, I don't know the full details of the business, but it's a kind of place where you would go if you wanted to. We think that this is of particular significance, that General Khan is communicating with this individual. But for the reasons I said this morning, it will require us to traverse some material that would be inappropriate to lead in public because it's SAPS information. But we've made the in-camera application already today, and we'll probably move that application on Monday, Chair. So I don't want to get into it now, but we will deal with it next week.
And has it been made public, the application?
I believe so. The attorney is not here, but I did speak to the attorney in one of our adjournments, and so I'm quite sure that it was, because we needed to give a certain amount of lead time to the media.
Thank you.
So, Chair, we'll return to that, but for now, if we go to that set of chats, and specifically page 5129, Yes. Where's the annex shot?
May we put away file 2 so long?
File 2 of your core bundle.
That's the one we've been looking at for the
Chair,
most
what
part.
page does it begin on?
It's 5482.
You can put that file away, Chair.
Thank you. You said page 51?
5129.
512.
Chair, there is just one thing I need to check, which will require just 2 minutes from my side, but because I'm jumping topics, I haven't had time to think about it. Could I ask for a 5-minute adjournment just to find the relevant document?
Let's adjourn, we'll hear from you.
Thank you, Chair. But I lost my notes, so I just want to... I don't... Where's my... Sorry? No, but has it been sent to Mr. Valley? Not... Yeah, it's not sent. Okay, can you...
Resume. Please make sure your devices are quiet. Thank you.
Thank you for the indulgence, Chair.
You're welcome, Ms. Hassan.
Chair, just before I start this topic, I want to, for the record, submit certain documents into evidence. We don't need to hand it up. It will be provided to you separately in your files, but for the record, I just want to say what they are. The first is CJC 363, and that is the medical report that we received from General Khan's legal representatives. The second is CJC 364, and that's the unredacted J88 form. The third is CJC 365, and that's the company details for Branded World Clothes Corporation. And the fourth is CJC 366, and it's the company details for Branded World, a company, in terms of the company, a private company. Those are the four that I wish to submit into evidence, just for the record.
Ms. Hassan, the medical reports, of course, they will be redacted or treated with the necessary confidentiality, however you plan to do it.
There's only one copy of the medical report
and the J88.
And the J88, which is in my possession, Commissioner Baloy. Once we conclude today, I will insert them into the main exhibit folder confidentially into a folder separately, so that it's only accessible to the commissioners and the evidence leaders. So that there isn't any other copy. We've not made copies of this, except a copy for Mr. Valley. I think you've got a copy
I believe I supplied the copies to you, my lady.
I thought there was a copy being provided in the adjournment of the J88.
No.
Or was it just the number?
Just the number.
Okay. So nobody else has copies, Commissioner Baloy. Right, so let's get back to it. The next tender, Commissioners, and let me just give a brief overview of this. This is a tender, as I said, this is a conversation between General Khan and Mr. Ismail Valley. The tender concerns an automotive parts tender, number RT45, and there's extensive communications between the two that I'll be going through. And it's best to see it in these different phases, and it'll emerge as I go through. The first phase is sort of an early access and manipulation, attempt to manipulate specifications. So this is before the tender is even advertised, there's engagement. And then it goes into a second phase where inside information is shared when the tender goes live. And then there's a third phase where there are discussions involving financial interest. And then there's a final phase in the communications, which is what happens after the award after the contract is awarded, and particularly issues of pricing and that kind of thing. So if you just have that sort of in your mind, this progresses along these phases, this communication. It begins in April 2021 at page 5129. And it's on 14 April 2021 at 7:48 in the evening. General Khan sends a message saying, we have a meeting tomorrow at 1 o'clock with the contact.
Page 748, you mean 907?
I'm sorry,
48
it's
seconds.
9:07 and 48 seconds. Thank you, Commissioner Bedoy. Meeting tomorrow at 1 o'clock with the contact. And then on the next day, let me finish this. He then responds, Mr. Valley, yes, bro, must I come? And then General Khan says, can you talk now? And Mr. Valley says, must I call you? General Khan says, yes. On page 5130, Mr. Valley sends General Khan a message, 15 April 2021, 9:02 a.m. We still on for 12 or so. General Khan says, yes, bro. And then on 15 April 2021, now, this should be in your bundle, I hope, because, Commissioners, this chat straddles two phones, the iPhone 8 and the iPhone 11. You might have noticed in your bundle that some pages are in a different format. The way the WhatsApp chats are depicted are in a different format. So, and because I'm going chronologically through this, the next conversation takes place on 15 April 2021, but on the other phone, and that's at page 1712. It should be in the same folder. Do you have it, Chair? 1712. So, sort of just over halfway down that page, chat number 6. There's a PDF document that's shared by General Khan with Mr. Valley. And that...
And you say this is from the iPhone 11, this format?
The 8, iPhone 8.
But the communication is between the same people.
It's between the same people.
See, and
but it's the same number on Mr. Valley's side, but it's a different phone on General Khan's side. So at chat number 6, you'll see he's sharing a PDF. That's in your annexure bundle at page 101. In the chat, you see it's marked RT45 2021 Special Conditions of Contract, version 3.
this is General Khan
That's General Khan.
sending out. Okay.
And the important part of that is version 3. And the actual annexure is page 101. So what's apparent from page 101 is it is what that attachment says it is, the special conditions of contract. It's for the supply and delivery of automotive parts and tools to the state for a period of 36 months. The closing date on the tender is 31 May 2021 at 11 o'clock. It's a transversal contract and it is issued by National Treasury. What's significant about this, Commissioners, is that this is an internal document that is still in draft form I pointed out that in the chat you can see it says V3 version 3. And if we look at the document itself, you'll see several places where there are drafting notes, so aspects where the terms are either highlighted or in a different color. And if I could just take you there to show you what those look like. The first is on page 109. And you'll see that the date for the bid information session, when that will be held, is in a draft form. It's a different color and it's highlighted, a yellow highlight. On page 110, the next page, clause 5.2.1, paragraph A. Similarly, there's a highlight for the BBE status level contributor, 1 to 8. On page 121, at clause 19.1.3, in draft form, the clause reads, the SAPS, through a specific SAPS garage, will submit a written or electronic order to the contractor, etc. On page 135, clause 33.2.5, the base index date is still in draft form and it doesn't have a specific day, it just says April 2021. On page 136, clause 33.3.1, there are a number of yellow highlights you'll see throughout that clause. Similarly, on page 137, paragraph E,
a substantial portion of that is, or rather has a yellow highlight.
That's correct, Chair. And that's the last page on which there are drafts. But there are 6 pages in which there are significant clauses in which it's still in draft form and under consideration. This is shared, this is the document that is shared by General Khan with Mr. Valley. So it's a draft document. Now, on the next page, if we still stay in this iPhone 8, page 713, you'll see, so General Khan shares this document. There's an emoji that follows it, which I can't really make out. It seems like 2 hands in prayer. And then a message from General Khan to Mr. Valley, in which he says, this O is on top of his game. And from that, I surmise that this PDF document was shared with Mr. Khan by somebody else in Treasury. And I believe it is Molefe Fani, and we'll see his name come up in the context of this tender as we go on. So he says this O is on top of his game. Mr. Valley thanks him for sending the document. Ms. General Khan responds, can we please make it 2:30? And Mr. Valley responds, sure. So that is 15 April 2021. If we revert to the iPhone 11 on page 5134, the top of the page, Mr. Valley says, any news from Oak we met, when it will be advertised? And General Khan responds, by end of the month. And Mr. Valley then says, okay, we will keep eye out, and he should tell us, ne? General Khan responds, he will. And again, I think the he in this context is Mr. Fani at this point. And Mr. Valley responds, thank you, and then says at 7:49 p.m., inshallah, we get a decent slice. So his communication here with General Khan is not about a third party. He's saying we get a decent slice. So as we saw in the other chats of we benefiting in one way or another, again, there's a reference now with a whole different person. We get, God willing, we get a decent slice.
But when it is not General Khan speaking, the other possibility at least could be that Mr. Valley is referring to himself and his company, or to himself and his associates, excluding General Khan. Because when General Khan is speaking and he says we, clearly that includes him.
Yes.
But when a third party says we, it does not necessarily follow that it includes General Khan.
Yes, that's right, Commissioner Khumalo, but we should not just look at these chats in isolation, each chat. So in context, and as we go through this, we'll see that there's more communications between the two, which suggests that there is some benefit.
Does what follows, I don't know how to pronounce it, the AMENN, does that shed any light? What does it mean in the context of what's being said?
So it means amen. It's amen. So when he's
so it means the same thing.
God
as
willing.
The amen with one E, because
Same
here is double E. Oh, right. Thank you.
Same meaning. And it's a direct response to the God willing,
Yes.
which is the translation of inshallah.
Thank you.
God willing, amen. So, Commissioners, that was 21 April 2021. The communication continues on the 23rd of April 23rd of April 21, but we need to go back again to 1714. It's on the other phone, where at 11:14:26 in the morning, General Khan sends a message that says, and this is forwarded, it says, Dear Jen, RT45 will be advertised soon, just to give you a heads up. So if you recall, the earlier conversation was, any news when it'll be advertised, he should let us know. And General Khan says, yes, he will. And now this is a message that comes to General Khan, which General Khan then forwards on to Mr. Valley. And the message says that the bid, the tender will be advertised soon, just to give you a heads up. And Mr. Valley responds, Alhamdulillah, Blue. Then on the 3rd of May 2021, on page 1721, at chat number 7, Mr. Valley, chat number 7, it's at the bottom of the page. He says, can our guy change something on spec to remove that multiple suppliers for one province, 11.1.3 under special conditions? Better if one supplier per region. And the 11.1.3 that is being referred to here is 11.1.3 of the special conditions of contract that we were looking at a moment ago, which says to award to more than one contractor per province. So here, what Mr. Valley is saying is, would be better for him if it's just one supplier. And can General Khan influence our guy who provided the draft contract to change the specifications? General Khan responds to that saying, I think it's late to change the specifications now. And this is on page 1722, pardon me, over the page. He says, I think it's late to change the specification now. Let me try. And Ismail Valley says, okay, NP brew, meaning okay, no problem brew. On page 1724, Mr. Valley asks on chat number 6, and this is on 6 May 2021. Any news from our guy? And General Khan responds, not yet. And over the page 1725, I will remind him tomorrow. So that's 6 May 2021. On the 10th of May 2021, and now we go back to the 11, it's page 5144. Oh, sorry, it's 5142. And Mr. Valley says, please chase our guy a little today about date they're advertising. So follow up again with our guy regarding the date. You'll see, Commissioners...
what is it about this page that tells you that we are still talking about the same tender?
It's the time period, it's the timeline. So the previous conversation was on 5 May. Any news from our guy? And the response, not yet, I'll remind him tomorrow. Then comes this in the timeline. It's just a couple of days, few days later, saying, please chase our guy about date they're advertising. So when you look at all of them in the timeline, what they're talking about being advertised is the bid, is the bid. What he has so far is the draft, and he's preparing himself to make a submission and to apply. But they want to make sure that they get in on time on the bid, and that's where. And just, Chair, because although I'm going through these specific chats and we are going to come back to different aspects, I'll just point out to you that on the same page, the vehicle, the fancy vehicle that General Khan posts pictures of and says to Mr. Valley, it's looking sharp. He says, thank you, bro, it's looking sharp. JZK, bro, it's looking sharp. Looks boss, etc. And we're going to see this again elsewhere in the chats. It's where General Khan sends his vehicles to Mr. Valley for it to be pumped. So this message was, the please chase our guy a little today, was at 7:30 a.m. And then on the same day, If we go to page 1729. So on the same day, but now at 8:28 p.m., Mr. Valley follows up. Bro, did you manage to chat to the guy? And General Khan responds, yes, he will let me know he was in meetings today. And if we just scroll down to page 1730, the very next day, that's 11 May 2021, at 5:09 p.m., Mr. Valley says, Salam's updated tenders. I think what he's referring to here he's looked at the tender advertisements that have come out. And he says Salam's updated tenders, still nothing on RT45. So he's had a look, but there's still nothing on the RT45 contract. The response from General Khan is, I will try to call our man now. That's reply from Mr. Valley is thank you. The reply is JZKL, which translates into thank you. General Khan then says it will be out any day, approved for publication. Check treasury.gov.za. And Mr. Valley says, we'll keep looking. And then General Khan responds, I'll tell when up. On page 1731, Mr. Valley says, we need this. Market is slow. So that's 11 May 2021. Now, what's important here is where General Khan says it will be approved, this is on 11 May for publication, it was approved for publication yesterday, check the website, I'll tell when up. What I would like to do now is cross-reference this with the chat between General Khan and Mr. Fani.